Hello, this is Steve, broadcasting to you from Arizona. You might notice, for those who have been watching the Google Hangouts, that I've actually got a new microphone here. You can probably see by looking at it, it's actually a Blue Yeti. Pretty good standard quality microphone. So hopefully the voice is coming in really good. I've got some kind of a weird setup here, but I think it'll probably do for now. And what I'm going to do is wait for Darren to join us before we get started here. I'm going to switch over to desktop view. Whoops, showed the wrong desktop. There we go. While he's waiting to join, I'm going to introduce you guys something I've been working on. I'm going to be creating another channel, of course, for this, because I don't want to change the style of this channel, which is Commodore 64 content. That was one of my mistakes, guys, is trying to cram everything into one channel. So you see what I'm doing here is I'm loading up Unity. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with it. Unity 5 is a game engine, a very powerful game engine. One of the easier engines to use, actually. I'll show you what I've been working on, and then we'll wait for Darren to join us. I'm going to send him a link just to make sure he gets it. He's been working on the Breakout clone. I've been working on Unity and also Blender because I want to do modeling. Not very good at it yet, but I'm still working on it. I also had a setback. My regular keyboard, which is a Rocat SQ, whatever you would call it, it went haywire. The macro somehow took over the keyboard, and I can't get it to work now. So if anybody knows anything about that, it's probably just need to download new drivers. But it was so bad, I couldn't even sign into my Windows account because I couldn't type an E. If I typed like an E or any letters for my password, you know, letters, numbers, or whatever, it would add like 3 or 4 different other characters and numbers. So I couldn't do anything about it. So let me send him the link, and then we'll get started here. So you know we're live now. I'm going to move the screen over here because you're just staring at his stuff right now so that you can see, wait, how to get this to stay over there. So I'm not quite used to just dragging stuff. So here's, I dragged the wrong one. I meant to drag this, and I dragged Google Hangouts instead. All right. Snapping back every time now. Okay, let's try this again. I'm going to drag Unity over. Okay, got it on the screen. This is the game demo I've been working on. This is how you set up the environment for those who are interested. You add all these objects to it, and you start drawing them in dimensional 3D design. These are the X, Y, Z coordinates. This is some of the stuff I've been working on. So you take a look here. It's the whole map. It's a generic map. I found a YouTube tutorial on YouTube, how to design a simple city, and I started there. But this building myself, I designed this entirely myself. So it's going to be the core of the game. There we get it working. Right now, I don't really have much into it. I just added this guy the other day. I think he's a GTA character. But if you go to the desk, he'll talk like, I think he's supposed to talk down here in the window. But actually, I got to run the game. So you're just looking at the scene. So let me run it and kind of show it to you. And we'll wait for Darren to join us. I can take a moment to load it. Now, for those who are not used to Unity, by the way, if you go to design something here in it, there's something you have to be very careful about. As soon as you try to save and you got the game running, It's a danger zone because as soon as you try to save instantly, like do a Control S, you will lose the last changes you made to the account. I can't tell you how many times I've lost content over this. So be very careful of that. Always make sure you stop it with this button in the top here. Okay, so now it's got it running here. Oh, it's going to take me in a second to get it launched. There it goes. I got some newer models, so it's slowing down the performance. These are still working on these. These are basically picking up like ammo and stuff like that. And it's got a little display there at the bottom. I'm still working on tutorial videos here. This started at the demo here, so this is like a subway. You can go up and down the steps here. It just crosses the street essentially here. I'll show you. So now I'm on the opposite side, and earlier we were over there, so I just kind of went underground a little bit. I thought that was kind of cool. Added some trees, kind of make it look a little bit more realistic. It's got a little lake here. Not a lake or whatever you call it. I guess you can call it a lake. Lakes are pretty big. It's supposed to be like a New York style kind of setting, you know. And it's a night scene. You notice that there's some lights here. It's got some illumination going on there. I found a statue online on a place that's giving away 3D models. That was cool to add that there. Just some different stuff here. Probably need to change the size of some of these objects, but the city is very low polynomial. I got these little models online too. These little lions. This is the part I've really been working on. See, it looks like a front desk. What I did is I went online and I found some examples of like hotels and front desks and kind of just started modeling in my own stuff here and saw stuff that people had in their actual, you know, their companies or whatever, hotels. And I put this TV in here. Designed some kind of fancy walls there. This map, I found this online. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool to add like a giant painted wall or something like that. Later, I'm going to add people here at the front desk. Because the whole idea of this, you'll see it in a minute, but you're basically a cop or secret agent, what do you want to call it? Probably a secret agent would be better. And you're going to have a mission, of course. I haven't put together the mission yet, but here's the upstairs. This was some pretty good modeling, too. I like this carpet. And also, I've got windows here, so you can't walk out of here. Can't tell if there's a glass window there, so I'll probably need to fix that a little bit later. But now it's just kind of invisible. Here's an office over here I worked on. I really like this wall. This looks like a cool office, I think. It's kind of small, but I think it's kind of cool with the wall and everything. You know, most offices are pretty small. And there's a glass window there, too. Over here's where the game starts. Binary security. So that's the name of the company. I showed you that earlier, but this is the guy. There it is. He just talked there. If you look in, I'm going to pause here for a second. If you look over here, it just wrote a message. Please identify yourself. Welcome to Binary Security. So later we're going to have messages down here, and you'll be able to see, you know, more messages on the screen. I'm still learning it, guys. So, you know, hint, hint. Look at the number on the desk there. It's a binary number. See if you guys can tell me what binary number that is. But anyways, this is kind of like an entertainment room or something. I don't know. I just threw a guitar in here. It's kind of fun. There's windows here, so you can't walk out these, and these are windows too. So let's go to the break room, which is back here. I just realized the FPS is pretty bad over here. I'm looking at it. Here's the break room. It's got some vending machines, you know, kind of a refrigerator, tables and stuff like that. And there's a coffee machine. I found that online. So just some other stuff. Try to make it look more realistic. I think this would be a cool office. Look at how close you are to the water. I think that would be so cool. Anyway, look in the background. I've got some terrain here. I got some mountain scenery. So the whole idea of this game will be eventually, maybe not the whole idea, but eventually from this level, you'll need to get to this island, and you'll have to figure that out. That's the part of games. There's an office over here too. I only have one desk in this, I think. This is a window too, of course, right here. You can kind of get it. Oops, I forgot about that. See, that's what I was telling you about. That one, I forget, doesn't have the window, so I need to go back upstairs again. Got to remember to add those windows in later. I keep forgetting to add them. Okay, so this time I'm not going to walk out. So there's the rest of the desk. There's like a little thing there, plant or whatever, you know, computer. And over here is a pretty cool staircase I thought designed. Here's I found these online. Here's some server machines right there, and those are pretty cool models. And here's some steps I designed. This has a two-way stair. So you got this one, and then you got this one. I haven't got anything going on up here yet. It's the rooftop. You can kind of get a better view of the city there. Essentially, that's the biggest part I've designed so far. And also walk off the steps here. No sound effects in it yet. The gun doesn't fire. You know, I just started learning this stuff. Oh, actually, the gun does fire. I forgot. It's got like a weird sound to it. It's not like a drum. I found that online, so I may need to change that later. But essentially, that's really all I was going to show you. I could show you the other city over here. Oh, I can't go out the window there. I forgot. Let's go back down the stairs. I was going to show you the other side of the city over this way. Not much to see. It's just, you know, kind of generic buildings. There's a demo that a guy has online, and he shows how to. This is what I did: is I started with his demo, and he built this fire barrel. What do you want to call it? I added some of these models in over here. They're not doing anything yet. Just kind of just testing stuff out. I think this one doesn't have collision. This one actually does, I think. Yeah, this one does. So just some of the things I was working on. There's a boat in here somewhere, but I think I took it out. Eventually, you'll be able to travel on boats, hopefully cars and all that. Just like a typical game, you know. Now, if you fall off this, you're going to fall into eternity. So it's going to basically fall off the map. There's the walking sound. It's typical walking sound. Oh, I forgot to show you the other side of the city. That's right. There's a back side too. I haven't got no message. Oh, did Darren? Hey, Darren, are you there? I'll wait till him to get on, and we'll get started. I was just keeping him entertained for now. This is the back side. So there's the island over there that you have to get to. And again, these are just low polynomial buildings. Nothing really special over here. So what I'm also doing, guys, I'm learning Blender right now. So I'm hoping to be able to start designing some really good buildings and stuff. Like I said, this game isn't going to go on this channel, though. I'm going to create a separate channel for it, just to kind of be true to the Commodore 64 and true to my C# roots, which Unity is all built around C#. So this is what really led me back to it, because I have a deep passion for C#. And, you know, object-oriented languages in general, which is why I was so hooked on Grand Theft Auto scripting for the longest time. But over here, you might see these little things. These are the scripts for the game. So if you double-click on these, you see over here, these are the actual script. I think this one's JavaScript. Let me see. This one, I think, it's going to open up Visual Studio. Let me just say hi to Darren, make sure he can. Oh, he just made a message here. Oh, He just wrote, "Can you hear me?" Okay. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's like your voice is really low. Because what I did is I got you projected on the speakers, so I kind of keep those low, but the microphone's going to be louder than the speakers. How does the microphone sound?
Sounds good. Let me find my microphone here. Better.
I definitely recommend getting a Blue Yeti.
Oh yeah.
These things are awesome.
How much was it?
It's about 140 bucks.
140 bucks.
Not bad, because the other one is like $300. Oh, I just forgot I wasn't presenting to everybody again. So they probably just didn't see all that stuff I just showed you. Yeah, because I keep forgetting to present the screen. So now people's going to be like, okay, what's he got this and what's he talking about? Looking at a black screen, or I don't know. But
it looks like a first-person shooter walking through a city.
Yep. I spent about a week working on it. But it's low polynomial graphics on the buildings. So just what it is, I found a YouTube video. I was mentioning this earlier, and I just kind of went off of that, and they just like showed you how to plot stuff, models, and everything. Yeah. But I am a big fan of C#. So this is what this is C#. I don't know if you ever studied C#, but this is Microsoft's primary language. These scripts you can add to it, like these are enemy scripts. This is what I was showing you earlier. I learned this from a guy online. There's one called trigger here. So if you bump into, this thing's going slow. So if you bump into objects here, it sets this trigger example, and this is the message trigger. Enter means like you've entered the scene, and then what happened here? And then this is the exit screen. So if you exit, it just says "Have a great day," and that happens. Let me just stop it right here. That happens when I'm approaching this guy at the desk right here as a start. That's all I got on it. There's a lot of things I'm discovering about 3D modeling too. Is there's some objects that don't work very well, like 3D Max, some of those. I tried to import them in, and they're like 15 times their size. It's really weird. It's because they're higher polynomials. Well, I think Unity uses lower polynomials. Like your cat over there, right?
Yes. Wants my attention right now.
Yeah. So that's pretty much all I got on that. But there are some really, I don't know if you've ever looked at Unity.
No, what is Unity?
It's a game engine. Here, I'll show you. There's a really cool game out there I just found on YouTube. My friend's been trying to get me into it for like a year.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's this is one of the tutorials I'm using right now. This guy is an actual, I think this is the guy right here. No, this is Jimmy Vegas. This is the one I started with, but there's one on here. I think it's under FPS. This one right here, this guy is a real developer. So this guy is giving excellent examples.
Welcome to Gamer to Game Developer.
He shows like C# examples, and he does it for a living. He's a software developer, so he's really good. And look, you would not believe how many videos he's put out on this already. It blew me when I saw how long. You want to talk about guys dedicated. Look at the number on this video he's got right here. I don't know if you can see it. 143. Of one tutorial series, he's got 143 tutorials. So I think he's pretty dedicated to it.
Pretty in-depth, huh?
Yeah.
What's this? Gamer to Game Developer.
Yeah, that's his channel. But there is a really cool game here.
So is Unity free?
Yeah, it's free. You can download it. It's not hard to learn either. It's just like any game engine. You just have to take the time to kind of learn how to set up models and, collision detection and all that kind of stuff.
And Blender, you said, was what you were using for making the models?
Yeah, well, Blender, I'll pull that up right here. Blender is separate, and I can use it to design my own models. Now, I designed a crappy model here, but I'm just starting Blender, so I'll show you what I designed. After I found it online, I designed this little lamppost right here. It's very generic. I just thought I would test it out, and it imported okay. It worked. So,
All the other stuff was assets that you found or that came with Unity.
yeah, most of the stuff is here. If you go to the asset store, you can get a lot of free models here, but there's a lot of people selling stuff too. So that's why I wanted to learn Blender. I don't want to have to go out and buy all this stuff.
Yeah. So this is what a lot of those Steam Greenlight games are, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of professional games designed with Unity, actually. But yeah, there's stuff. What you do is you go here.
Yeah, okay, I know what this is.
You've seen Unity before?
It's coming back to me. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get Blender up here, see if it loaded yet. Here's Blender.
What are some other ones besides Unity?
There's the Unreal Engine. I can't think of the other ones, but I never liked Unreal Engine. It just doesn't use C#, and I think it uses like Lua or something like that. It uses some kind of scripts that I don't really identify with. I was trained in C# in college, so I'm very familiar with C#. I started with C++ by designing Grand Theft Auto scripts, but C# is really a good language too for using for game engines. But anyways, I just had Blender up here. I was going to show you it right here. Can you see my Blender screen there?
Yeah.
So you just go here. I always just factory default everything, so you don't have to kind of like build. And it's just a cube here. Let me see if I can remember all the controls here. It's totally different than the game, so I think you have to hit. So if you just move the mouse, it moves this thing around. If you hit the control keys here, you can kind of move it backward and forward. If you hit the shift key, you can move it up and down. And the middle mouse button, that's what it is. Allows you to zoom in on the cube and stuff like that. And then you can go down here and you can add different objects. Here you just go to, where's it at now? Oh, it's under object, I think it is. Let me see.
You use this for 3D printing also, right?
Yeah, here it is, mesh. Yeah. You can do it. Look up some stuff on the internet. There's a lot of stuff you can do with Blender. It's a very powerful engine.
Yeah,
so here's a sphere.
Right now.
See, here's like a sphere there. That's how I got that little light bulb thing I did earlier. You have to kind of plan it in there. This is what's really cool is when you actually get into the editor mode. Watch this, I'll show you this. I'm just going to kind of just plant that there for now. And you hit, either go down here and you can edit, go to edit mode here like this, or you can hit tab. Then you can start doing some pretty cool stuff. You go down here and you hit the E key. I'm going to do it on this one. Hit the E key. Watch this. You can start doing some pretty wild stuff with this. It's called extrude. You can move stuff around. Actually, I got it on the... Oh, I know it is. You have to grab it first. I forgot. You have to grab the X-axis. So I'm going to hit G. I want that one. Make sure I'm grabbing this one. G, X, E. Now it's grabbing the box. Why is it not grabbing this? Seems like I just lost control of this one, but you can basically do a lot of different stuff with it. I'm kind of going to turn it around. I don't know why it's not. There it is. I think that's it, isn't it? Let me see. And these arrows here will allow you to move it up and down. So I'm going to go out of edit mode. You can kind of like move the cube around and stuff like there. I don't know why this one is not selecting. There it goes, finally. Okay, so I'll go back to edit mode here, and I'll hit G to grab it. Now I got the ball there. If I hit it E, there it goes. See how I can kind of do different stuff with it? Rotate, R is rotate. There it is. Did you see that? That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to grab it, because if you grab it, you can start extruding it. But it doesn't seem to want to grab it for some reason. See how it's kind of pulling it out?
Yeah.
You can pull out these are called vertices, and do all kinds of crazy stuff with it. I think it's pretty wild. Go back out of edit mode, create some weird looking object. It's pretty simple to learn. The hard part is really getting into like the advanced 3D modeling, because there's a lot of stuff. You start learning how to use all these different tools over here, and you can go over here, you can save it. And I didn't really study Blender. I've been studying mostly Unity, but I did Blender because I wanted to start creating some objects, but I'm just starting on that.
Yeah, I was using Fusion 360 for 3D printing. It's pretty similar to this.
Fusion 360, I haven't heard of that one.
That's it's a cloud service by Autodesk. People that do AutoCAD.
Oh, okay. So,
but that was for 3D printing. This looks like.
That's not for modeling?
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks very similar to this. I think this could be used for 3D printing as well.
I wouldn't be surprised. Look, I mean, there's some, you can do like real facial designs on this. I could just kind of show you some videos. Wait. I'm when it's open here, ready? Just type in Blender. Oh, there's games too, if you gotta play that. You can design your own games in Blender. This one is pretty cool. I saw this one on YouTube. This is the company designing this one. Probably one of the best I've seen on Blender. It's kind of funny too. Can you believe that was done in Blender? I don't know if he's a squirrel or what he is.
Yeah, it looks like a squirrel.
It is a squirrel?
Looks like a squirrel to me. Got a bushy tail.
Yeah. It's funny what he does with the sheep. Watch. He starts throwing them around. Watch this, he'll jump on the sheep.
Platformer.
What's that?
Looks like a 3D platformer.
Yep. It's an actual company working on this game. I don't think an individual person could do this one. It's just too much work. This one's kind of cool. Watch what he does here. Oh no, actually after he falls in the thing. Yeah, right here, watch this.
So you use Blender to model the environments too?
Yeah, look at that. He ran upside down. I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, you can model all these environments. You can build realistic scenes in Blender. You can build like, people build like mountain sceneries and whatever you want to do. Some people like to design like city scenes, houses. There's one down here in the corner you can see texturing, stuff like that. Yeah, it's really cool. And one of the things I'm really interested in Unity too is because Unity is a lot more popular than the Commodore 64 stuff. I think I made a lot of mistakes thinking that people would have liked the Commodore 64, but I don't really get many people interested in it. You know, it's, you might as well say it's a dead technology. I have to kind of admit that myself. I'll probably hear the lemon people screaming at me about that, but it's like, you know, really, if it were so good, you guys should have videos out here too.
So are you shutting down your C64 channel and going to this?
I'm going to try to do both of them, but I'm going to focus more on Unity. But still do the Hangouts. I'm just not going to just start working on my tutorials and stuff like that I used to do. Because I like to be consistent. But
well, you helped me out. I really appreciate what you
yeah. No, I mean, we can still do the Google Hangouts. It's just, there's a lot going on in my life, too. I'm dedicating myself and working with other people right now, so it's a lot of things are changing. That's at my church. But yeah, this is what that game's about. And there's this one is really cool. Right here. I like this one a lot. It's a racing game. I'll kind of skip over to it right here. Check this out. It's got pretty cool music to it. This is also designed in Blender. Somebody just contacted me. Oh, Bo's here. Okay. Throw me a link he'd like to join us. Okay, so I need to throw him a link. Yeah, so I just sent Bo a link.
Cool.
Yeah. But if you're interested in Blender, I know you were interested in doing the other one, but check it out. There's just like so many things you could just design, like there's one like house. This one is really cool here. This is like almost an hour video, but this guy designs this entire model by the end of the video. I'll skip ahead to it. He actually went on Google and he found a house on there and he just designed the entire thing from Google. I'll show it in a minute here. Right there it is. Isn't that pretty incredible? Wait till you see the final version. There's the final version. Pretty impressive, huh? Anyway, well, I guess we'll wait for Bo to join here. All right, where is I don't know if you heard me earlier, but also my keyboard went on the fritz recently.
No, I didn't. What happened to your keyboard?
It's one of those gaming keyboards. So I think the macros took it over somehow because I can't get it to work anymore. Like if I try to type letters, it throws out like 4 or 5 different characters. It totally took over the keyboard. So it's happened before too. And I don't use gaming keyboards, so I don't know how they work. So I just unplugged it and went and got another one and just going to have to call the company and figure out what happened to it. Probably just have to design, maybe download a new driver or something. I don't know what happened to it. Every time I plug it in, I can't use it. There's no reset, function on the keyboard. It's all built into the actual software. But I tried resetting everything in the software, and it still didn't work.
Yeah, that sounds frustrating.
Yeah. What was the interesting part is once it did that, I couldn't even sign back into my computer. I had to go into administrator mode to try to get my keyboard to work. And then that's when I finally went out and bought a new keyboard. I was like, I can't get in because I can't type in my password. So I just surrender defeat for now.
Is there an on-screen keyboard in Windows 10? I don't know.
Not sure. The Rocat, this is the one I have. I'm trying to find the software for it. It didn't load it up here. Oh, probably because I don't have it plugged in. So it recognizes the software once you plug it in. Usually it appears down at the bottom of the window. Would you be interested in any of this Unity stuff if I started working on it?
Sure, that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun too. And we could still do the Commodore 64 stuff to stay consistent with that. But I'm hoping to, start creating a new channel and start going the Unity direction because it's very, very popular. And it's fun. I think.
Did you buy Visual Studio?
No, it's all free. You can download it. That's really cool, is you can navigate the entire environment. And if you want to start setting up stuff, I'm in the mode right now where I could start adding stuff. Like if I wanted to go in here, I could go like this. Let's say I wanted to get a new set of stairs. I just go over here. I click on it so I know where it is. And up in this map, can you see that where it's highlighting the stairs there?
Yeah.
I go up to here to the main, and this will take care of the whole stairs. And I just hit Control D like that. And I just copied it. Now I can actually move it. Wait. There it is. No, I didn't grab the whole thing. Let me do this again. I'm going to do that. I don't know why it didn't work right. So let's do it again. Control D. And there it is. Right there it is. So if I move this arrow here, see that? I now got a whole new set of stairs. And I could rotate them, do whatever I want with them. Just going up here and changing. There's actually a rotation thing in here too you can use. You can kind of use this. Oh, got to grab the whole thing again. You can kind of, where'd it go? For some reason it went way over there. But there it is, I can kind of rotate it. It's on a weird axis, but mostly what I do is I just copy stuff and I kind of move it around. There we go. I don't know why it's all the way over there. See how I'm moving it around now?
Mm-hmm.
I could take it wherever I want and just kind of just follow it. I wanted to move it upstairs here. The arrow thing go again. It's like sometimes, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where my arrows just went to. They're over there. Okay, so they're like right behind me, so I can just kind of use this yellow one to move it this way, the blue one, obviously to move it X, Y. It shows you up here where you're moving it. And then this is the Z if I wanted to move it up. Now I could kind of move it in place. I figure out where it's right, like right behind it or something, I think. I don't know why it's like way down here for some reason, but I can move it over here. I'm just kind of moving it around. So basically that's what you're doing, is you're just repositioning all these different objects. I just moved it over there. If I wanted to move it. There it is. It's usually pretty close. Okay, so if I wanted to move it further through the wall.
Have you ever played Minecraft?
Is it like that?
Sort of. I mean,
You can kind of build your own worlds and stuff.
yeah, you have to. I mean, in Minecraft, you have to craft all the tables and chairs.
There you go.
But,
It's the same here.
I spend a lot of time in it, just building.
So now I have it upstairs. If I wanted to put it upstairs, I could make like another level going up, essentially. That's all I do is I just basically copy. It also copied some extra steps, so I just have to erase those. But essentially, it's pretty easy to use. If I just wanted to, what you start doing as an example, I'll just, let me erase these stairs so I don't leave them on here. Just undo it, Control Z. It's going to go back to where it was. Yeah, it's moving back. It'll always remember the last previous positions. And now it's back to where it was. So if you go down here, you just start, you saw me do with that cube earlier in Blender. So you just go up here to Game Object and select 3D Object Cube. And you just start with the cube. And you just kind of work your way designing the cube. So if I wanted to make it like larger or something, I just go up here and I change the X or the Y. And I can kind of play with it. I don't know why it's on a 3D axis like that. Well, that's the rotation. I'm in the wrong one. So I go to Y, then I can make it bigger, smaller. But you have to use smaller numbers, otherwise it's going to be gigantic. That 0.2. And so if I want to design something, I can basically make it out of that cube right there. And then you can go over here and you can add different textures and stuff like that to it. Can't really see my monitor where it is. So you just click on the cube, and then you go over here to mesh render. Well, actually, I need to drag the objects. So I didn't show people that, but if you go over here, these are all my assets right here. I got assets, animations. But if you go in here, this is everything. These are some of the newer models I've been working on. Actually, these are the newer models I added. So if you see that there's like a bench there. Let's see. There's the snack machines. What that weird thing is. Oh, this is the 3D out. This is the 3D Max. This one doesn't work. I remember.
Have you modeled a Commodore 64 in here yet?
No, I could do that right now. Just have to. Actually, I was going to show you. You can also go up to this thing, and you can expand it a little bit easier. Just move these little things like this. I can make it really quick with this.
I was going to say that brown box looked pretty good start on a C64.
Which brown box? Oh, the one I just had earlier?
Yeah. The bread bin.
Yep. Let's get it down to the ground. More to the ground. That's like way up in the air there. Andrew just responded. I need to send him the link. So designing the keyboard is going to be a little bit more trickier because we would have to design like all the squares here, or we'd have to find an image somewhere, like on the internet. I could probably just cheat and go get something on the internet. Here, let's just look up Commodore keyboard or something. But it probably won't work too because it has to be a mesh that works with this environment, and it has to be. Why did I go to the Yahoo? I didn't want to go to Yahoo. He joined the wrong Hangout. Did you see that?
Was he dressed up like Dracula?
No, I don't know. Is that what he looks like on his channel?
Yeah, that's
anyway.
what he goes on Omegle and dressed like Dracula.
I didn't even see that. I was going to see if I could like copy this keyboard. It probably won't work because I'll have to save it as a special image. It might work. I don't know. I never tried it, but let's see. Because this is a PNG. Maybe I could save it as a PNG. I don't know if you're going to let me save it as a PNG. Let me put it in the Unity folder. Let's call this one C64, I guess. Where's my thing? So I saved it as C64 keyboard under a PNG. And then what you have to do is you have to drag it into Unity. So now that we have it there, we'll see if it'll let me drag it into Unity somewhere. And I got to create a folder for it over here. You just don't want to stick it anywhere. It's easy to get lost. Let's go hit Objects. Number 64. Get my thing back up.
Can it import like STL files from 3D printing sites? You might be able to find a 3D printed Commodore 64.
No, I haven't tried that. Let's see if this will actually work. So I dragged it over here. Maybe it will work. Let's see. Oh, look at that.
Put it on every face.
Yeah, it actually does. It fills all the faces. I didn't know it would work, but it actually worked. Like a keyboard to me. You could probably, I don't know how you erase these sides. One of the tricks I do is I just create another cube like this. So I should have got the dimensions of this.
I guess the image that you put over there has to have all the faces on it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all done in the modeling environment because this one wasn't modeled. It was just pulling it from the internet. It just basically, I don't think there's any, there might be something in Uni I haven't learned about, maybe just doing one side of the cube, but all the examples I showed hasn't showed that yet. So I haven't got that far yet. So I don't know, maybe there is. But what I was going to do is I was going to shrink this box down. Oh, not that one, this one. Make it flat like this. And rotate it on its axis. You get what I'm trying to do?
Mask it.
Put it in front of it. You could actually do that because you can append objects to each other. And shrink it again. Oh. This is a little bit more trickier using this tool because you really have to kind of like just play with the rotations. Get a little closer here. Almost got it right. A little bit more. And it's also got these different views. If you click on these, you can go to different views. Like there's a top-down view. Under different views. So I think it's kind of cool. Now what I forgot to do is I got to create a folder for this. So to create a folder, you just go up here, you just hit right click and click create empty, and then you can rename it. And we'll take all the objects that we designed. Trying to select all the objects. Yeah, I never get used to this weird movement. It's right down here. I think these are the two right here. You take those and drag them. Oh, before I do that, let me close all these folders, otherwise, because I'm going to drag it in that folder. I have to drag it all the way across the screen here. I'm going to shut all these down. Oops, yeah, I shouldn't need to do that. Just grab them and it'll allow you to drag them. And I just kind of move them up to where they need to go. Where is it? Right there. Now see how it's all under one folder? Once I click on it, no, come on, it didn't work. Right. It's supposed to let me grab the whole thing. I can do it this way, I guess. I can't remember how to do it, but if you like that, you can kind of move the whole thing. So if I need to move it now somewhere, I could, move it around now. But there's a way to glue these together. I just haven't done all that stuff yet. And you just kind of do that on every side. See how it kind of looks funny on this side? You can change and zoom in on the image. So what I've learned is you click on this, get the dimensions up here, and you copy the X, Y, and the Z. Or the X and the Y, I think it is. I'm just going to open up a little notepad here. So I can save these coordinates. There I got the X and the Y, and then you just go over here to debug. And you want to go down to elements. Let me see here. Shoot, you mean it doesn't have one? Hold on. It's got a. Let's have a way to let you expand the textures. Shapes, gotta do it. Maybe you can't do it because of this texture. Let me just click on a different object, see if it works. That's probably why it's not working. That's not anything on the building. I just forgot where it was at. Has anybody else joined us yet?
I don't see anyone.
I sent Bo. Wait, somebody just responded to me over here. Trying to see what's happening. I can hear you guys. Well, I'm not going to play with it, but anyways, there's a way you can change the size and you can scale it down to the actual size of the image, and that way it wouldn't look like it's so stretched like that. You did that with the buildings here. You was able to stretch them and kind of center them in so that the image looks better. So if I wanted to, I could, instead of, you see how it's kind of long, I could squish it down and make it look normal on an object. That's some of the other things you can do with Unity. I think it's fun to go over here and I'll show you this. The island here. You can start building your own islands here. Just right here. You go over to this section here. I got to get out of debug mode. And you click on this thing and watch the magic. Look at that, I'm building mountains. Pretty dang fast, huh? You can go and you can smooth them by using this one. Smooth them down. You can texture them. These are the only ones I currently have in there. If you can see that or not. See, it's got kind of like a little rocky face to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of play with the textures. I added this grass. Mix it up. Just how quickly you can build something. It's very quick. And then I'll show you the lights next. Let me just add a light. Oh, right here. There's directional light and there's point lights. Directional gives you see how suddenly it showed all that light? This gives you a larger range of light. And if you click on it here, I need to get back here again. You can move it. Oops, I didn't want to move that. On the light, you can move it on its axis. And over here, you can play with the intensity. It's super bright. Make it not so bright. And there you got kind of like a little lidded. There was a moon flashing on the island. Gives it kind of a better look to it, huh? By playing with the lights. You can change the colors. That's down. I'm trying to click on it. Here it is. So it opened up over here. That's why you didn't see it. So I can go in here and I can change the coloring. I wanted a red light, maybe a moonlight, like a bluish light or something. You can add multiple lights. I think it's kind of cool. Huh. The whole idea behind Unity is start creating these different lighting effects. You could add multiple lights. I can go here, hit Control D, and I can duplicate this light. I just move this arrow, and I already got a second light here. Actually, where'd it go? Do that again. There it is. So I could actually set different shades for lights if I wanted to, make this one red even. Now you got kind of an alien world going on or something. Well, that's weird. Look what it did to the ground. The possibilities are endless with Unity. Here's a green. You want to stick with green. That's what we already got going on anyway. I don't know why it's doing that in the textures. Probably because I have this. Do this a second. Take it out of here. Maybe that won't do it. It's weird. It's like, wait, what happened here? Oh, I duplicated the mountains. Did you see that? I didn't even realize I did that. Somehow I ended up duplicating the mountains there. I probably clicked on the mountains instead of the thing. That's probably why it looked weird like that. There's also a point light. This one's kind of like for if you want to just light up like a street light or something. That's what I did with the street lights earlier, playing with the point light. There it is. That gives kind of a cool look, huh? It looked pretty real, huh? So let me see what happened to the other people here, because they were trying to contact me. I didn't want that. Trying to get to that. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. So I was going to see what, let me just present your screen here, what you're doing here. Forgot how to present your screen again. I got to click on you, right? I did it wrong. Is your screen showing now?
No, I see your screen still.
I'm trying to get yours on. Don't you just double click on it? I tried double clicking on your screen at the bottom there, and it's not letting me do it. Do you have to get permission or something? Like, how do I get your screen on here?
says I'm screen sharing.
So they're able to see your screen now? Because I'm still seeing mine when I look at the Google Hangouts.
Yeah, I see yours too. Here, I'm going to try screen sharing. Yeah.
Oh, so maybe you guys have to do it and I can't do it myself.
There, I'm sharing my screen again now.
Okay, let me see how I can get yours on here. So I keep clicking on yours and it should, okay, there it goes. Now we got yours on. I'm going to be right back. Just going to grab some drink. All right, so take away the show. What we got going on with this thing?
I still see your screen. But you say
Yeah.
my screen?
Google Hangouts is showing yours when I look at it.
Okay.
You're not seeing yours?
I can see my screen. I mean, I've got a screen that'll show my, but I still see yours. I still see the.
Do I have to drag it over like this?
Maybe.
I don't know what else to do.
What's it look like on YouTube right now?
That's a good question. Seeing what he was writing there. Okay.
This week's Tipo.
Oh. Go back to the channel. It shows your screen.
Oh, good. Okay.
It shows your screen. Man, it does sound really good on the mic.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going to change the mic up here, see what this sounds like. You got these different modes you can change on the mic. It shows your screen. So if I change it like this, let's see what it sounds like. Man, it does sound really good on the mic.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going to change the mic up here, see what this sounds like. You got these different modes you can change on the mic. It shows your screen. So if I change it like this, man, it does sound really good on the mic.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm going to change the mic up here, see what this sounds like. I was going to do the other one. Change on the mic. It shows your
Wow. That was surreal.
Yeah, there's different modes I can do on the microphone. So I got like a conference mode on now, so you can talk like on both sides of the microphone on this one, left and right. And you got the regular one. This one's kind of a straight talk. I like this other one because it kind of picks up. You don't have to be standing next to the mic. You can talk into the mic or you can talk in the background. It sounds good. Because I kind of tested them all out. So anyways, back to the good stuff. So you got the ball. I see you got the tiles.
Yeah. So I put the ball and paddle together, and did we have the X working with the most significant bit? I think I had to change.
Like this. I clicked on play. The X working with the most significant bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I pulled mine back up here. I had it up in a good while. Gosh, now I gotta remember where it is.
I think I ended up changing these to exclusive ORs. Whereas I think you were using an AND, which was always just setting
Oh, wow, interesting.
one. You were overwriting all of the bits every time you did that.
Oh, yeah, where the numbers are counting. I couldn't get it to count past 99.
I actually haven't got it counting very well either, I guess. I don't really have a score yet.
That's the closest thing we got for now.
But if you look like on line 233 and 242.
Oh, you didn't see. I didn't. Maybe I didn't show you this. I thought I showed you that I had a counter on it. Did I show you how to? I didn't know if I showed you this or not. That I can make it count all the way up to 99. Did I show you that?
No.
Oh, let me just share my screen for a second. Here, show you. Can you see my screen now? So there's a counter. It's counting the number of times the balls is moving. It's just basically taking a position of each character and moving them, and it flips it after it gets back to 0 each time. That's just my own little simple algorithm.
Yeah, I did one that counted to 9. I didn't.
Yeah. You have to flip back the other number to make it keep counting again. But once it gets back to 99, it starts over again. So I'd have to create a third column. Never finish that part.
Yeah, I'm going to have to work out a way to do.
I can send you that code if you want it. Or GitHub it or something. What's it called? Pastebin? Pastebin.
So take a look at how you were moving the ball left in your code there. Let's take a look at what you got.
You want me to share my screen now?
Yeah. Well, I can see your screen now.
You can see it now?
Yeah, it's Breakout.
It's,
Breakout MSB.asm.
oh, I forgot to zoom in here too. Now here's the ball counter, so to speak.
Yeah, did your paddle move all the way to the right?
No, you already got that worked in, so I didn't even bother with that. I don't even think I even have my game controller plugged in right now.
Yeah, I was going to show you what I did to get that working.
See if it's plugged in. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Yeah, it's not plugged in. Okay, what was you gonna do?
Let's take a look at what you got there. Well, where we left it, and then we can look at how I changed it.
Well, I had to plug in the controller. It's not plugged in right now.
Well, I'm just talking about look at the code.
Oh, you want to look at the code? Oh, I thought you wanted me to move the controller. Okay. Let's see. Looks at this. What part did you want to look at?
Like any of the move functions, like the move ball right or left.
Okay. Right here.
Yeah. So rather than, that's the other thing, is rather than actively check to see which way the bit is set, turn it on or off, I just always toggle it.
Toggle it. With the exclusive OR.
Right. And then if you look, when we were setting it, we were overwriting it. No, that looks okay. Look at how are we doing the paddle? with the way we were doing it, I kept on running into problems with setting the ball's most significant bit separately from the paddle's.
Where was the paddle code? Wasn't it just in the move ball down, up, and all that?
No, there was a move paddle.
Oh, there was. Let me see what you called it up here. You got a check ball handle, move ball vertically and horizontally, read joystick. Would it be any of those? Oops, we just go all the way through it here.
I guess it's changed a lot since then.
Yeah, it probably has. My code, keep in mind, is like 2 weeks old. This is the score counter that I created. That's the one you saw earlier. That's all it is just figuring out, it's just it starts at, this is the 9, it counts up to 9. And this is what allows it to reset it. When it gets down here, it just kind of checks it, sees how far it goes, and it flips it back. Right here, 48, I think this is the 0. That flips it back to 0 once it gets to 4. Because I have it reading the scorekeeper here, which is down here, I think. These are the bytes. And just give it, so basically it looks at the bytes here, and once that other one's a bit of 0, it starts counting the second field. That's all I had it doing. Pretty simple. But anyways, you said the paddle. This is all I had.
Oh yeah, we didn't have anything with the most significant bit on the paddle yet.
Yeah.
So I ran into trouble when I tried to do it with the ball and the paddle using the methods that we were using there.
Wait. Well, I just realized I was trying to get Bo to join us, but I was sending it to the wrong person. Like, wait, they're probably like, who is that? So he must have changed his name. Great. So I clicked on him, like in this Google chat window or whatever. Maybe I have to do it here. He's been asking me to send him a link now, and no. There we go. Maybe he got it this time. So did you want any of this code, or did you have a question about this code? Because like I said, this code is 2 weeks old.
No, I was just looking at how I did my ball counter. I did it a little bit differently than you did.
Let me take a look at yours, actually. Let's switch you on here. Okay, I got your screen up now. I think I got you up. There you go.
You know, I see YouTube.
Huh? You got the screen now.
Okay. Do you see where I've got it highlighted here?
I just see the ball moving.
No, I think that's YouTube that you're looking at there.
Oh, so I'm still looking at my screen. Okay, hold on. Wait, Bo just joined us. Let me just... How do I get you on here? Supposed to double click and your screen is supposed to show. Oh, I know what it is now. You click on your name and you hit present to everyone. So it should be showing yours soon.
Expert.
Yeah, now your screen is showing.
Okay. I guess it's just really delayed if you're looking at it through YouTube.
What was that?
I guess it's just really delayed since you're looking at it through YouTube.
Yeah, it is. By like, what, 10 seconds or something?
See here, line 306.
Yep.
So I've got a little spot in memory where I keep the ball counter, but I'm keeping it not as a actual score. I'm keeping it as the ASCII character.
So you don't have it in the table?
And I just look to see when the ASCII character goes over 9,
Oh.
and then reset it
Gotcha.
back to 0 in ASCII, which is 48.
Yep. You can still do that, but when you get to 48, you just create a second column. And then you can make it count past 9. Because you don't need to change the second column once you count past 9. You just need to make sure that the first column shows 0 and the second column over to the left shows the new counting. That's all I did. I found that on Lemon 64.
And then here you can kind of see on the sprite X most significant bit here. I've got the ball is sprite 0, so that's where I use the exclusive OR for 1 to flip its bit. And if you like, yeah, here's the ball is 1. Somewhere in here I'll be moving the paddle.
I got no room with this microphone in the way. It is huge.
Yeah, here we go. And here, moving the paddle, it's sprite 1, so I use the 2, to flip its bit separately from the first bit for the ball.
So the MSB, is that the sprite? What's that called again? Let's see how far behind I am. I can't think of the name of it. The MSB, that's for the memory location 53264, right?
You mean for the most significant bit?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, I can hear Bo. Cool. What have you been up to, man?
Well, I got the CBM Program Studio downloaded, but I tried to copy and paste the code that you had given me that was in a paste bin, but I couldn't get it working. So I might have to bug one of you guys for a project file to get caught back up with you.
Yeah, Darren's way ahead of me now. He's 2 weeks ahead of me. I went to Unity. I abandoned him for a moment.
Here, I'll paste the GitHub link.
Sweet. Yeah, I tried to. I came last week.
Oh my god.
I came last week, but there was a hangout scheduled, and you made me sad, man, because you changed your mind on it or something.
Yeah, I had emergency.
Oh,
I thought I
man.
put that out there. Yeah. And I figured it's better just to kind of, do it once a week instead of like posting it like a week early, because mostly it's the same people. It doesn't seem like you don't really get many new people. You just kind of people you already know. That's what I've learned about Google Hangouts. Most of the people say they're going to join, they never show up. So I'll try to maybe put it out on a Saturday each time or something like that.
And yeah, like you were saying before, with Commodore 64, it's quite the motley crew of people.
It's going down. You're the one that said that. So you didn't say motley crew. Remember, you said the Commodore 64 doesn't have a lot of views on YouTube. So if you want to be big on YouTube, Commodore 64 is not the way to go.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You never get 1 million views on Commodore 64. Let's put it that way.
No, yeah.
You're lucky to get 1,000.
PewDiePie doesn't play any Commodore 64 games.
PewDiePie.
Now the angry video game nerd though, he played a quote unquote Commodore 64 game, but it wasn't an actual Commodore 64 game. It was a fake, and he was just trying to play it off. He even showed like a Commodore 64 keyboard on the video, and it wasn't. It was like a game made in Unity or something, like a 8-bit looking game, you know.
Really? Well, Unity's not 8-bit though. But I hear what you're saying. You saw that I'm working on Unity now, though? Did you see that?
Yeah, I've been watching the stream.
Yeah. I just started that last week, about a week and a half ago. You can really do some pretty cool stuff in Unity.
Did you get that link there? You can just download the whole thing as a zip file, and it should have the project in there.
Yeah, I'm downloading it now. Like, getting it installed.
Mine just froze when I clicked on it. Okay, there it is.
When you get it open, take a look at the move ball right and move ball left routines around line 229. And I'm on the file. I'm looking at his battle or his ball underscore paddle underscore brick. Ball paddle and brick.asm.
I gotta create a folder for it. Okay. So I should be able to open this up in CBM?
Yes.
Okay. But that's the closest one, I guess. It didn't show the assembly file when I opened it. If I have to add it. So you got 4 separate files?
Huh, it should have done everything. It only gave you.
Yeah, it's like making me do them one at a time. And it's because my default folder where I added it is not in the same folder where I opened this project. Maybe that's what I have to do. Let me just get out of this second.
Yeah, whenever I download the zip and look at it, it's all of the files. The assembly files, there's a bin file for
Okay.
Studio, there's the CBM project file.
Okay, I got it now.
There, that looks better.
Cool.
Now I'm up and running, but I'm getting like a bunch of error messages. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
You want me to add the counter to this one? Or do you want to modify yours? To make it count up to 99?
Oh, the ball doesn't need to count to 99, but the score will need to go to 1,000.
Oh, so you got the score working.
No, I don't have the score working. I don't have the bricks colliding, or So whenever you detect a brick collision is when you want to increment your score.
Okay.
What I do have is I've got a routine that prints the bricks to the screen. If you want to look, kind of getting ahead of ourselves there, you want to go back and look at what I did to get the most significant bit working for the ball.
Yeah, we are kind of, but anyway.
And then we can talk about what I did for the bricks. And you see there, I've got a routine that can put the bricks on screen and then also erase an individual brick.
Which one is that?
The first thing I wanted to look at was around 229, the move ball right function. This is kind of a little bit of magic, and I don't know, it's just not readily obvious to me.
Okay.
But what happens here is, you increment that memory address, and if it's you can check the branch not equal is checking the 0 flag, right? That's sort of the magic bit. If it's not been set, then we don't need to toggle the most significant bit, so we'll just skip it. We'll just return, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it has been set, then we do need to flip that bit. And that's where I load the most significant bit and use the exclusive OR. Just flip the first bit.
Oh, and about that, you brought up a good point. I found that, not to get ahead of here, but I found that in that book that Bo was asking last time, which one of these sets the 0 bit. It's in that Machine Language for Beginners book. But anyway, that part at least I did research on.
That may be where I found this. I'm not sure where I found this at.
It's in the section for the math part.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the chapter 5.
Chapter 5, yeah, I was looking at that.
Where it talks about the adding and all that. That's where it talks about it.
Yeah. So the left is a little bit different because you got to check it going the other way. And we'll actually decrement it.
Mm-hmm.
So there it does the check first, if it needs to toggle the bit or not, and then it'll decrement.
Now the error message I see in the beginning is in line 490.
Let me look at your. What's it telling you?
It's invalid expression or result. Are you able to see what I got on my screen at all?
Yeah. No.
Let me share his screen for him.
Yeah, I got LDA brick color value, comma x minus 2. And when I run it, I get an error message, invalid expression or result. I don't think I could do comma x. I don't think I could do a comma x minus 2 here. But is that what you guys got on your line 490?
Yeah.
Let me go there. Yeah, I mean, I just downloaded the project he gave me.
Yeah, that's what you got too.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just
It wouldn't
take off the -2, Bo, just to see if you can get it to run.
What error message are you getting?
Invalid expression or result.
Yeah, invalid expression or result. I tried that, take off the -2, and when I run it, it just, hold on, let me show you. It just goes to a ready prompt. Oh, Program Studio, hold on.
Can I Google that real quick?
Huh. Weird. What version of Studio do you have, Bo?
What was that?
What version of Studio is that?
Yeah, I was about to ask him that.
Now go to Help About.
Yeah, I had that problems too with the other one. I have 3.70.
I got 3.40. Bo's got 1.6.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
so much for being caught up with you.
You probably need at least 3.4, which is what I got. What'd you say you had, Steve? 3.7? I guess I need
3.70. I think it's the latest.
I need to update, I guess.
Yeah. I got that because it kept crashing the other one on me.
Yeah, I was having problems with it crashing too whenever I zoomed in the font.
It does something with that, what's that folder where you store all the information in? I can't leave it. It screws up that folder a lot anyway, where it stores all the data behind scenes.
Like the registry, the Windows registry?
No, inside of CBM, there's its own folder, user file, what do they call it?
Oh, I don't know.
It messes it up. So I finally switched over to another version. It happens every now and then CBM will fail to start. It's really annoying. I guess it's just a little bug that creeps in.
That -2 on the X register though, that's kind of tricky though, right? That's not normal. That's not something you should be able to do in an assembler, right? I'm not sure how that's working, but it does work.
Oh, the one you put in there?
Yeah,
it allows you to set values like that because you can still add and subtract them. You just can't add too many expressions. Just like C64 Studio, as Bo mentioned, you can only do, I think, one expression, but you can't do more than one. Yeah, it's kind of smart.
Let's see. Let's go look at the move paddle. Basically, I do the same thing, but on a different bit.
Your screen's also kind of small. Did you zoom in on it? I keep looking on Hangouts. People are going to have a hard time seeing it.
I can increase the font.
Yeah. You can just right-click on it and use your mouse too. Yeah. Oh, you don't have a middle mouse, do you?
If I do a zoom like you do, it'll crash. So I'm gonna have to.
Oh, that's right. So you can't do it that way. Are you on your laptop still?
No, I'm on my regular
Okay.
desktop. But
It's also probably because I got gigantic monitors too. I don't think that's. I mean, if I'm the, but wait a minute, because it's displaying right off of my monitors, right? Does it match the person's monitor? Like if it switches over to you, does it look at your resolution versus mine? Does anybody know is that how Google Hangouts works?
Yeah, when I was watching you guys stream, you guys both look really clear. So.
Well, it looks pretty small when I'm looking at it right now. You have to enlarge the screen just to see it.
I knocked it up a little bit.
A little bit better, yeah. Cool.
Now I remember why I got an old version of CBM Studio, because when I try to get the new one, it just keeps telling me the archive's damaged, or it says not readable. Why doing that to me?
Which version are you using now, though? Trying to download 3.70?
Yeah, I downloaded the 3.7 setup zip file. When I go to open it, it's telling me it's not readable. And I've tried it so many times, and that's how I ended up with 1.6, because that was the one I found that would actually open.
Got it. I mean, it should just work direct from a download, right, Darren? I don't think there's anything you need to add to it.
Yeah, I don't. Where are you getting it from? Let me see if I can download it.
That's a good question. So how does my audio sound, Bo? Does it sound better?
You sound great. You got yourself a Yeti, didn't you? Blue Yeti?
Yeah, I did. It's really cool. I like it.
Are you getting it from this MediaFire link?
Oh, make sure you get it from the website. Don't go anywhere else, because you might get a virus.
Yeah, I got it like at ajordison.co.uk.
Yeah.
And then download the zip file. It keeps telling me like it's acting like it's damaged. You're not downloading all the way or something. Try again.
Go to, yeah, that's it. AJ Jordison. That's where it is. How did I do it? Let's see.
Download. No, it's kind of slow on the download.
Oh, there's two different versions. There's a PRG Gen and a VIC 20. I wonder if I'm using the VIC 20. Let me see. I'm using the right one. I don't know. Would the VIC 20 be any different?
Where do you see two? I don't see two versions.
Go to the bottom, archive, on the downloads page. Those are probably just older versions. Oh, those are older versions, 2.21. So you just hit on the link, download it. So I'll share my screen for a second to show them.
Nope, I was able to download it. I'm installing it now, Bo.
Okay. Let me see what he's doing real quick. Oh, we got his screen up still. Okay.
Yeah, I found out what I did wrong. I think I was trying to right-click and right from the web page, and it wasn't downloading an actual zip file because I had to go to MediaFire first. I think that's what I'm doing now. I'm at MediaFire.
So can you run it now? Yeah, it does take you to MediaFire. I noticed that must be the only place I can store it. Probably because it's such a giant file. 4.73 megabyte.
Just shy of 5 megabytes.
Pretty close. There's even a Mac version. Interesting.
Okay, things looking kind of good. I'll be caught up in about a minute or so.
Cool. You got the right version. Cool.
I'm still installing it too. I'm gonna have to
Yep.
quit.
I don't know what else they would have really changed on the version. You just have to look at the archive, I guess. Let's see. They just fixed some bugs on it. They wrote. They added stuff to the character editor. Also, for those who use macros, there was an issue with slash marks. Improved arrow handling when renaming files. Basic export. Some character codes greater than 127 are not correct. Huh. This is what I'm looking at right now. SID emulation.
All right, looks like I'm all updated now.
I was looking at the improvements they made to the newer version. I wish they would fix that user file error.
In order to make the paddle move faster, I just call the routine twice every loop.
That makes sense.
And it looks like I actually did move paddle a little bit differently. Rather than using the magic, I explicitly did the I load the most significant bit. I mask it with the and I compare it. And then there again, I'm looking to see if that's true or not.
Why did you mask out 2 bits? I didn't get that.
This is so that I can just look at the second bit, because that's where
Okay.
paddle is sprite 1, and sprite 1's is on the second bit. Sprite 0's on the first bit.
Okay. That's right. Most of the bit sprite 2 horizontal position.
So that in moving the paddle right, I want to make sure that I don't hit the wall. Once I hit the wall, I want it to stop, right?
Yep.
So that's basically what I'm doing here. The 62 that I'm comparing to is if the most significant bit is set. 62 is the right offset plus the width of the paddle, so that I'm right up against the wall. Looks like this is what's actually increasing the, actually moving it right and figuring out whether or not it needs to set the most significant bit. So here is like we were doing before. It does the increase of the X, and then it check. This branch net equals looking at the 0 flag counter.
Yeah, I think we got Darren. Sorry, Darren, I interrupt. I think we got both screens still showing for some reason. Yeah, your screen wasn't showing.
Yeah, I'm looking at move paddle, which is around line 22 to 340.
For some reason, it's still showing both screen. Let me just try something here a second. Yeah, I can see his setup. He's like trying to set up CBM, but it wasn't showing yours. When you were talking, people weren't to be able to follow. Let me see if it worked now. I think we got yours. I'm not sure. For some reason, it's still showing his. Okay, I think what I have to do is I have to go to yours, and I have to hit this button at the top. So you apparently can't click on the name and present to everyone at the bottom. You have to go and click it at the top too for some reason. I don't know why it does that. But let me see if I think it looks like it might be showing yours. Yeah, it's showing yours now. I think. Let's see.
It looked like it was showing it before, but now that you've whatever you did, you're showing something else. YouTube again.
It should be on yours now. Yeah, it's showing you what you were doing earlier there, so it's on yours now.
Okay.
Nice having those two monitors.
Yeah. I've got 3 hooked up on this one.
3. Wow.
Decadent, isn't it?
How do you got? That's why you got that little monitor.
So much real estate. Actually, technically, I've got 5 monitors hooked up to this.
But the other ones are switchable, right? You have to switch them back.
The other ones are USB.
Oh.
So the move left is kind of similar. It looks like we are looking at the sprite X and figuring out if the most significant bit needs to be flipped or not, setting it appropriately. If we don't, then we just go ahead and work. This is where we're masking it off, seeing if it's set.
Yep.
Bring it to left, and then left is the left wall in this case. So this is what keeps us. If we're already left, we don't want to move any further left, so we'll just skip it. Now else, but go ahead and move left, and then.
When you're saying paddle, you're just using a regular controller, or are you actually using an actual paddle?
I'm using a joystick, not a paddle.
Because there is an actual paddle you can use.
And I think that I do want to change it to a paddle, but I don't have a USB paddle. And I think the paddle would be an actual analog device. So rather than doing move left and move right, I could probably somehow map the values that come out of the potentiometer of the paddle directly to the X coordinate. That should make it a lot faster.
Yeah.
Than what I'm doing here with just moving it 1 pixel at a time, basically. Or here I'm doing it 2 pixels at a time, 2 moves every cycle.
Kind of like on the original Atari.
Yeah. So I really would like to have a paddle, but the way that we're doing the cross development here, I don't have a way to test that in emulation. Maybe an analog stick might kind of do the same thing. I might try. So I actually have like it's an Atari joystick, but it's USB is what I'm using right now.
Oh, really?
But I do have an Xbox controller which has analog sticks on it. I think maybe the analog stick might work as a paddle.
I never paid attention. Is there one on there?
The joysticks on the Xbox controller are analog, aren't they?
I didn't know it had a... Mine only has the controls. It has the... Maybe you have a different one than I do. I don't know.
You don't have 2 joysticks on your Xbox controller?
Yeah, it has 2 joysticks and it has that one in the middle. I don't...
like you got a D-pad and a joystick at sort of the lower positions, and then you've got a joystick and your four X, Y, A, and B buttons. Would have moved up from that, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if either one of those, because what I'll need is a device that, rather than a digital on-off, that gives me a value, an analog value, 1 to 128 or 0 to 127 or 0 to 255, whatever the scale is.
I don't know what the values are.
Yeah, I don't either.
Up here somewhere.
But yeah, that's kind of future enhancement, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
There'll be real paddles. Let me show you what I did on the bricks. So I think before we were trying to do math to sort of put bricks wherever we wanted to programmatically, and I guess what I figured I do instead is I just calculated ahead of time where each one of the bricks starts. So there's only 40 bricks, so that's a high and low byte memory for where the bricks are. So here we go. Around line 543, where I have my brick starting addresses. All sort of pre-calculated out there, and you can see I've got some there. I was kind of adjusting where the brick started.
Now, what you have here for brick screen address high and brick screen address low, these come to the actual memory locations on the screen, or?
Yeah, that's where it starts in the screen memory location.
Ah. So you looked all those up?
Well, I started, at the row, and then my bricks are 4 characters wide, so I start the row and just add 4 characters. And then if you look at my draw brick, you'll see that I draw the top 4 characters of the brick, and then I draw the top character of the brick, and then I add 40 to it, move down 1 row, and I draw the bottom of the brick, and then it loops and draws the top of the next part of it, and then adds 40 to it to do the next. So if you look around line 456, you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I see it.
But basically what this gives me is I've got this memory location called brick index, which I can set, and whatever I set in there is where it kind of sort of looks up in that table of screen memory locations to find out where that brick starts. So brick 0 is the first brick in the upper left-hand corner, and brick 39 is the last brick in the lower right-hand corner.
I see.
Yeah, so brick 10 would be the first brick on the second row. Brick 20, the first brick on the third row. Brick 30, the first brick on the fourth row.
So about that, I mean, does it have collision with the bricks now, or is that just for the draw them?
That's just to draw them. I have not figured out how to do the collision yet.
I mean, will that help with the collision if you got them figured out where they are?
Well, see, so I don't know. How does the collision work? I had your sprite at char position basic program here. Not that one.
The one I showed you about the screen position collision.
Yeah.
Versus sprite.
It doesn't want to launch this one. Launching the other.
Like it's locked into that one.
Yeah. This one
Yeah.
here.
Did you click on it, like over on the left there? See if that'll work. Like make sure it's selected or something. What the world? You did. I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, me neither.
It's doing it right now too. Come on now, Program Studio.
Did you get it working yet?
Yeah, I'm caught up with the Darren, and I'm actually having the same problem trying to run the basic program now.
Gotcha. Let me try it too, I guess. Oh, I got an error message when I clicked on it. What's the name of it called? Breakout.bas?
Sprite at char pose.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm getting that all that zoom issue. You said you can't do it while you're zoomed in. You gotta unzoom out. I have to unzoom back out, I guess. That's something you need to fix in the next version. Great. How do I get out of this? So it won't let me close the tabs at the top. Here's what I'm getting. Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, the X.
Get rid of this. A zoom issue, right? Click on nothing, it won't let me. Okay, fine, let me go back. So I unzoom, and I can do it. But I did. See, I keep getting this crazy error message. Start over, I guess.
When I restarted Studio, I was able to run it. But it enabled all the characters now. What's going on there?
That's what I just did. What do you mean? Did you jump out, or you just like close the project?
Yeah, I closed the project, but I'm not able to switch to anything else. And now, I guess it only runs the first one.
You're right. Every time you click on it, it does.
I wish I hadn't upgraded.
I mean, we can always copy the code and still move it over and do it manually. Oh wait, I got mine up finally. Okay, let me see if it'll work now. It's stuck on this one.
There's got to be a better way to fix that than to have to reboot or reopen the project every time.
Yeah.
Why is it doing that?
I was trying to click on it to see if there was anything. Exclude from build. That'd probably be a bad clicking on that one. At least I can see the code now, but I can't get it to run either. I might import basic file. Did you originally import it, or did you copy it in?
I don't remember.
Because there's an import option too. See what happens if I use it. Just create a new file. Where did it go? Have you ever noticed, like, when you add like new files, it doesn't show up in the Explorer also? Have you experienced that problem? I just added one and it didn't show up.
No.
I don't know why it does that. I'm just going to shut out and go back in. I don't have anything else to do.
Well, if we can figure out, if I can, figure out how to detect a collision with the bricks, I've got around line 160. It shows you the code there. I've got an erase brick procedure that will center all the spaces.
Let me move back to your screen again.
I guess there should be a way to, I know what the XY of the ball is. To be able to look at the, how do you translate the sprite XY to green?
Wait, I'm still trying to catch up here. I had to reopen it again. Did it save my file? What the world? Alright, it's not going to work that way either. I guess we can just look at the code for now. So which lines are you looking at?
160.
Let me get your screen back. I keep presenting you and it keeps bringing me up every time. Oh, I think I get it now. So if I click on the bottom where it says to you, present to everyone, it'll show your screen, but if I click the top one, it'll flip back to mine for some reason. I'll figure that out. Anyways, it's showing your screen now. So 150? Let me see, 151.
Oh, 160. That's where I'm erasing the brick. So, like, that's erasing brick 25, right?
Yep.
So how do I know the XY of the ball? Figure out where. Is there, like, whenever you had your sprite at char position, you had a character position, right?
Oh, I gotta get back up again. Dang it, it just shut me out. I got kicked out again. Oh, great. I hope it didn't just become corrupted. Okay, that was weird. I got an error message. I had to close it, go back in, and the second time I didn't get the error message. So, the sprite at character position, you said. Dang it, why does this keep crashing? So you're having trouble with it too.
Yeah, so I didn't. So if you hit Control Plus to zoom in, it crashes. So as an alternative to that, what I was doing is I was going in and adjusting my under tools. I think it's options, tool,
Okay.
options, and then going to fonts and just increasing the size of the font. So I bumped that up to 18.
18?
And I did it for both of the source font and the
memory for the source. We gotta click on change to do it, huh? I see. Old-fashioned changes. This thing was like written in C++ or I don't know. Weird. So now it should. Well, I need to change my project folder. That's what I need to do. Isn't that done under options? Let's see it. Right here. Okay, no more problems with that. Dang it. Okay, let me close out and go back in again. Finally, okay. Okay, so I got it back up. This ain't the right code though, is it?
That's the code you gave me. Is that not?
Character position.bas? Maybe that is it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I see it. Oh, I probably shouldn't have zoomed in again when I got it, but you know, he needs to do is set like a default after you zoom, and I'll go back to what it was before so it wouldn't crash, or at least fix the crash. Because I know if I run it, it's probably going to crash. Hey, it finally worked. But it looks funny. Like, remember how yours looked? Here, let me share my screen and show you.
Yeah, I see it.
Remember, that's how yours always showed before?
Yeah.
You remember what you did to fix that?
I retyped in the characters.
So you didn't have anything you could go up here and change it? It almost looks like it's shifting into lowercase or something, but
Yeah.
weird. Like character set or something. Because if I just open up a regular one, it'll work fine. Why is this thing at super speed?
So you made the sprite ball as just 8 pixel by 8 pixel sprite.
Yeah, 8 by 8.
I'm just doing the old-fashioned way. Oops. What? Jeez, still didn't work. That doesn't matter. I mean, it's still going to work regardless, you know. But I need to plug in my controller. I just forgot.
Okay, I see the basic code here. You basically used you divide by 8, like the sprite x and sprite y. You basically divided by 8 to kind of get a roundabout method of where it's at on the chart.
Oh, is that what Steve's program's doing? Like a 170 and 180? I think we lost Steve. I think his microphone got disconnected or something.
I mean, he might have flipped it off. He's looking for a controller. He's version a little bit.
You're breaking up, Bo. You got a robot voice.
Yeah, I don't have my headphones right now, so I have to keep muting because as soon as you talk, if I don't have you muted, you'll feedback right through my microphone real bit. But Steve, I think your mic might still be off or muted. No, I have no sound for you, Steve. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't hear Steve.
And I can hear you okay, Darren. So, Steve, yeah, I don't know. Like I think you said, I'm gonna look for my controller, and then everything went quiet on your side.
Yeah, I saw some error on his screen there about sound. I'll be right back. I need to step away for just a second.
Okay.
I'm back. Looks like Steve's still working on his microphone.
And now I gotta take a little break. I'll be right back.
Sure. What's the device you have set in your Google Hangout setting, Steve? No, I can't hear you. What's it say in your Google Hangout setting? The little gear icon up at the top of Google Hangouts, where it shows you all of your, like your camera device or your audio device. Let me look at mine. Yeah, mine shows my capture card and my microphone. Oh, your Xbox controller. I don't know. I saw you changing the presenter. Looks like both screens up now. Hey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's what it is. I had to go back and change the setting. For goodness sake. Hello, can you hear? Did you see what I wrote? I unplugged the Xbox controller and everything got screwed up. I mean,
Yes.
I plug it in, that's when it all went crazy.
Yeah.
Oh well. So you probably didn't hear anything I was saying earlier when I was doing that. I didn't even know about that. I was asking you, so you're wanting to know like how to detect the background character? Is that what you're going to do next?
Yes.
Okay. That's the big part. Let me see, do we still have that code in here? I don't remember.
And what I was thinking is wherever the sprite is, I could just look at the character on the screen and see if it was not a space, then I knew I was in a collision. So the space is what, ASCII 32. But is it equal to ASCII 32? If not, then hit something. Figure out which brick I hit, which brick index I hit.
What happened? I can't click on you guys anymore either to present you. I don't know what happened. Where else would that be?
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, me too. Okay, I'm able to click on you guys and switch screens. For a minute there, it wasn't letting me.
It's not letting me do that. What did you do?
Honestly, I got back and I heard you saying that I can't switch presenters, and I tried clicking the boxes and it wouldn't, but then when I unmuted and tried again, it worked. I'm not sure. Of course, what I click on doesn't matter as far as the stream goes, though.
Yeah, it still won't let me switch you guys. Maybe I don't know how else I'm going to do this. Show participants. Oh, I had to click on show participants. That's all it was. Okay, so we're back. Nightmare sometimes just trying to figure out Google Hangouts while you're trying to do the real stuff. I think it could be a little more user-friendly.
So it looks like the way to, from what I see in Steve's basic program here, is you have to take the sprite x value and subtract the left border value, and then divide that by 8. And then that's how you get the x value for the screen chart location. Same thing for the y. You take the sprite y minus the top border value, then divide it by 8.
We'll still be working with 16-bit numbers to do that, though. That's why I had to edit a program. Let's see if I can pull it up again. This ain't the one. Oh, I forgot to scroll to the top, that's why. Okay.
Okay, I posted a link in the Hangout chat here, which is it's talking about how to do what we're pretty much want to do, how to have a sprite tower positions.
We're trying to find that code. Where it is. Okay, I should make this easier. Just like up here. This ain't it. In this folder. I bet it's in the other one. There we go. These are the ones I'm looking for, I'm pretty sure. Or not. Yeah, where is it?
Well, this is interesting, Bo. He says for every sprite, he's storing the sprite character position.
Yeah, I see that. Looks like he's using a table or something for every memory location or something like that. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what he did here.
That's that screen line offset table, high and low.
What are you guys doing? I'm looking up the other code that the other guy gave me.
Looking at the link that Bo posted there in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for the Guns and Ghosts game that was written, and this is a section talking about getting the sprite to basically who they use to get the sprites on the screen in relation to hitting cars.
Yeah, I looked at that code. That code is complicated. If I could find this other one. Sheesh, where is this file at? Let me see here. I hate that commercial. So I'm looking for July 15. That can't be right. Can't be right. I had no idea it was last year when I was actually working on that game. Okay, it was that long ago. So November is the code I'm looking for. All right. Wonder I'm getting thrown up. I'm looking for 2016. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm looking at some code that that guy gave me when I built that basic program. This one. Where is it at? Okay, I finally found it. Back on track here. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
So remember this code before? This is that code that guy gave me when we were doing this last time. How to calculate the 16-bit numbers. It does the same thing that that basic program is doing, except we have to make it work with your program now. The math's all right here. We just change it out to what your code looks like. This is the X position starting and the Y character position. Let me copy and paste it over there. What happened to that? Wait a minute. I don't know why there's not RTS there, but oh well. Oh, great. So I got yours open in the background here. What was the name of yours again? Was it ball, brick, and paddle? Or ball and paddle?
All paddle and bricks.
Okay. So we'll just set up a routine here. And let's shorten this. Good enough. So where's the start of your screen memory? Which line uses that?
Line is the start of screen memory. Which line uses that?
Yeah, that maps out your screen memory. Where your paddle, where your
Where the bricks are?
bricks are.
Scroll down. There's like a high and low.
Okay, I'm going to open up this basic program too. I already have it open good for me. Get out of this. Put this on the screen. And so I'm just going to run this and stop this line. So I stopped it at 190 so we can kind of look at the values in these registers. This is where all the math is done. This VL is your screen memory. If you see what I'm doing here, I'm adding the X. Well, this is kind of calculating position, but you basically add the X and the Y together, and that's how you figure it out. And this formula figures out where it positions at.
Yeah, you'd want to do 1024 plus X plus 40 times Y. Because because Y, every time you go down a Y position is 40 characters.
Yeah, that's what I forgot to say. You're right.
And I see in the code here it's doing like an ADC 39. So it's added. So a part of the machine language code is actually just doing an add 40 for every time there's a for every increment Y increment.
What was you looking at when you said that? On that other example?
Yeah.
Is it the same example? Does it use the same theory?
You see right here, it's.
Because everybody might.
You get the Y, it goes to add 39 just every time a Y increment, it's plus 39, which is 40.
Yeah. I just wonder, is he using the same algorithm or is he using a different one? Because that guy told me a lot of people use the same algorithm. Basically, they just all copy it. So, getting back to you, Darren, which part starts your screen memory for the bricks? Did you find that?
Looks like line 144 has a JSR to draw bricks.
144? Okay. So the same line he was showing earlier. I'm trying to figure out which one of these is a screen memory. Is it this one? Or brick index? That's not it.
Look at line 543.
Okay.
That's where I calculated the low and high heights of
So this is where you're calculating it.
where each brick starts.
I need to see, that's the table. So 433, is that what you said? Oh, here it is.
43.
This is it. So this is representing the low and the high address of screen memory.
Yes.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Let me just do a paste or copy on this real quick. So despite this keyboard, I bought one of those really cheap Logitech keyboards. It is so hard to use. Anyway, so I should have just copied my code instead, actually. What I'm trying to do.
The code that you copied is reading the brick data, the char data for the brick itself, not the memory location.
Yeah, but in my original program, I added to the screen memory. Those are the X and the Y values. All we have to do is add it, somehow figure out how to add it to your screen memory. That's why we have to build a code to do that. Let me see if I can remember. Maybe look at my original example too. Let me just pull that up actually. Ages since I looked at it. Gosh. Sprite background collection. Excuse my sloppy code. That's how I did this. Let me run it and see if this is the one. This might have been the first time he gave it to me. I might not got it working. Oh great, it's not gonna work. Get some kind of error message when I tried to run it. What the heck?
Be right back.
I'm getting a page boundary cross. I have no idea what that means. At this line. Oh, daggone it. It's that branch problem. Hope it's only one line. No, it's not. Okay, screw that. I did it. No. So in my original game, I have it checking the background collision. This is inside of the joystick routine. I don't think this is the right code though. Let me go back here to this again. It's going to the right code, of course. This is the screen memory. Oh, so that's what we have to do. We have to store them in here. I did it all in the code, actually. So if we go back here, can you see that? So you store them in the high and the low bytes. You've already got that. So all we have to do then is pass those into the high and low bytes. So the 253 will be swapped out for, actually I can't remember which one of these is 253 now. Let me go look up here. This one. On it work. I highlighted it out. Can you see my code? Can you?
Darren stepped away, but yeah, your screen's showing good.
Oh, he stepped away? I didn't know he stepped away. I didn't get a message from him. So what I'm trying to do is this is where the screen memory is being stored in the low. And then the high down here, I just highlighted them out because this is what example I was still working on. But it stores them in basically in here. So if I'm using 252 and 253 up here, this is just the screen memory for 0 plus 4 times 256 equals 1024. I just did that to test it at the top of the screen. So this is when I originally got it working, but I was testing it. But this is where we need to go to get that to work. Because this logic all works already. Let me just go back to the code example here. Can't make Notepad much bigger. Actually, I have Notepad++.
Come back.
Okay. I didn't know you stepped away. I was like zoning out there for a second, but you just told me you stepped away. So anyways, I found the section where we need to copy the code over because this code works. I don't know why this thing pulled up. Let's mute this thing out, I guess. I think I can zoom in on this one. So can you guys see that better?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I wanted to put that over there so we can kind of do it side by side while we're trying to get this to work. This memory location right here, I was telling Bo, this is where you're going to need to store your low. I don't know, I took out the high because this code, I think it's 253. That's what I did. I used 253 and 254. And then later the guy told me, he said start using variables. That's why I added this in. But anyways, originally I just used the 253 and 254, which should be right here, 0 plus 4 times 256 equals the start of screen memory. So I was just testing it at the top of the screen, but we can make this work with your code now. We have to pass in your code values there, basically, and we can get something going. So what was those lines again?
Brick.
It wasn't draw brick, it was up here, right?
The brick screen addresses.
What was the line where your screen memory is again?
543.
Okay. Go back to it every time. Well, that's where the screen memory starts. But where does it work in the code? Right here, right?
That's to erase a brick.
Okay. Well, I mean, is this the start of your low and your high byte for your screen memory, right? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, I load the low and high byte from that table down there.
So this right here will erase the brick you said, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's all I needed. I just need to know that that's part of your screen memory. So we'll pass that in down here then. I should say both of them, but oh well. Instead of 253, we'll put in low. Actually, it's right above it. Look, it's not too far away, is it? Wait, it wasn't 543. What was it again? I should have just saved it. 433. And we'll take your high. Pass it into 254. I'll just make a little note over here.
Those aren't memory locations, Steve. That's the label for where the byte array starts for the table.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. Where is your screen memory start? Where you start drawing it?
It's in
That's
that,
what I need to know.
it's in that table there. So if you look at 543, The first brick on the first row starts at the high byte of 4 and the low byte of 120.
Which is in 433. So
So
this is the low and the high bytes.
that's the high byte, and then the low byte is down below.
Okay.
5.
That's what I'm looking for. So as an example, if we went over here and we type, actually let me pull CBM. Or, yeah, this is good.
And then
So if we type in 4,
that brick index is the X, and that tells you which one of these you're reading, what brick number you're reading.
so is it the screen memory? Because that's what I'm looking for. Is
Yeah.
calculate. It is. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's it. So these are the values that store it, not the other ones, is what you're saying. Or that's the ones I used.
Well, you were putting it into, like, you previously had your, like, you can't do a 0-page calculation to get an indirect. So you see there in line 442, or use an indirect on that screen address locator.
Oh, thanks for pointing that out. I know I should have reversed those where I put it at.
That's where the 0 page is,
I
right?
should put in the 0 and the 4 is what you're saying. Oh my gosh. Every time, this does not have an undo feature. Damn that.
No Control Z.
No.
Hmm.
Erases everything.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's really terrible, especially when you're writing code. But I guess I'll have to go back and get them again. Well, anyways, it's right down here. So anyways, we're going to swap them out. I'm just putting these down here so I can save them. And I'll just swap them back out. Like that you're talking about. That's why you need a second set of eyes sometimes.
Yeah.
So now
you need to give it an offset in the table. So you need to load comma X. Otherwise, you're just going to get the first brick, I guess, if you do that, right? I don't know. Is it assumed as 0?
well, we could just test it with 1.
Okay.
What we want to do is we want to test. We don't even really have to even use this. We could use like a screen position and just check that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find a range, an area, like you're moving across. So like when I was doing this basic program, when I was moving the sprite across, it's picking up the screen positions here.
Yeah. So if you just load the label like that without any kind of X offset, does it assume as 0? So is that going to give you the I think that's going to give you the top left brick then, the way that is.
Yeah, so if you're changing your values in that code, then it should be able to figure out where it is. Because it's going to be looking at your bricks. Because we're going to JSR to this routine. I want to make sure this is all right. 253, we'll probably have to do some debugging just to make sure. There's probably something whacked up in here. Yeah, I got 253, 254 down here, so it should pass in.
Can you make sure I'm not using that already? Scroll it to the top.
Oh, that's you're not using 253, 254. That's a good point.
Yeah, okay. Scroll back up. I see it there. Hang on. Right there.
You got 252.
251 and 252. Okay.
But you're not used 253, 254. I think we're good.
Yeah, we should be.
That was a good to check that. That would only cause him more grief. But anyways, back to 433.
You were saying a lot of bytes on the 0 page that you can use like that, right?
Yeah.
4 at the end, and then there were a couple somewhere in the middle.
What do you mean by that?
That aren't being used already by BASIC or the CPU or have some other function that are free.
253, 254?
Those are free, and 251 and 252, and then there are a couple other ones that are below that, right?
Yeah, let me pull up the map. I actually already have it up here. People have been begging me to finish this, but I got too dedicated to something else. I almost got it done. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Never mind that. That's a project I was working on at work. need to default to that one. I think. Yeah. So you're talking about the locations like you used, the 678, the 700, or whatever it was?
Well, I'm talking about the ones that are on the 0 page.
Oh, just the 0 page?
Yeah.
Ones. Because what this Excel sheet does here, if you look over here at the side, you'll see an asterisk. These are all the unused areas. I marked them on here. You see that? Like this is unused. These are all the safe areas I found that you can use. Well, I don't know why there's an asterisk next to that one, but you can use this one. That'll allow you to put a high and a low byte next to it, basically.
Yeah.
And the other one I think is up by... You can also use BASIC too, because BASIC isn't being used in this example in semi-language. So if you remember that airplane game that we created that I showed you before, it uses BASIC registers that are being used by BASIC, but like for example, you could use the cassette buffer because it's not being used here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, scroll in there. Where is it?
Let me zoom in on this. What's that?
Where were we at? I was at 251, 252.
Oh, do you have a copy of this Excel sheet yet? Did I ever give you a copy?
No.
I need to give you a copy of it.
Yeah, I don't have Excel. You'd have to save it as like a CSV or something.
Yeah, apparently so. That's surprising you don't have any version of Excel.
No, my company keeps saying they're going to get Office 365, but they haven't got it yet.
I mean, you should just buy it. I got like this whole thing for $99 at Christmas. And even it has like the database and everything in it. But anyways, you could use like any open areas here that are being used by BASIC.
I use Google Sheets. I really like it.
Google Sheets.
Yeah, and it's always in the cloud. It's more you just give people a link.
Oh, so you don't really have to even download it, you're saying?
Yeah.
Can I send you this file and you'll be able to view it?
Yeah. I just give someone a link and then they
Okay,
can
I'll email it to you then.
view it and copy it. Have you not used Google Docs or Google.com?
No, I don't think I have Google Docs.
Well, use in your browser. Just go to sheets.google.com. Of course, that's...
You just got a blank? Oh, that's kind of cool. But how would I, like, how do I upload this to you?
Well, you can just hit share, and then link.
And then do I have to type anything here?
I don't know if you do it.
Oh, I see. And then I put in your email address.
Yeah, if you're gonna do Google Sheets, I got a different Google address. Don't use my Hotmail.
Oh, so you don't have the same one then? You want to put in the...
Darren Duval at Gmail would be the one to use for Google related things.
Say it again, Darren.
Darren Duval at gmail.com.
The D or VAL?
DUVALLQL. Yeah.
And send, and I have to attach. How do I attach?
Well, I mean, so this is just, it's in the cloud, right? So I'll get a link and then we can both work on the same document.
So I can upload mine here, you're saying?
Well, you see that link in the top there? That's the link to the document. So whenever you go in, it'll show up in your Google Sheets as whatever you save it as. Let's see. Let me go into Sheets and see if it showed up for me.
I thought I had to upload it somewhere.
Oh, you're doing it right in the cloud there.
I guess I'm a little confused. How do I get this in the cloud?
You probably have to copy and paste it.
Oh, there's no other way to do it.
There is. You can upload to Google Sheets.
Yeah, I can figure out how to select it, I guess. I have no idea how to select the things now. Trying to figure out how to select them. I don't think I do this too often.
Yeah, go to Excel, hit Control A.
Oops, I did something wrong here. I just erased all my things. Great, now how do I get it back? I lost all my tools.
What?
Like I can't click on my toolbars anymore, they're gone. I was trying to click on select instead I erased all the toolbars, now they're all gone.
Got it.
Bring it back.
Why?
Bring it back. I'll just close it out. I'll save it. Hopefully it doesn't default that way when it loads again. Yeah, good boy, don't default. Oh, great. Now it's stuck. There's got to be a setting here somewhere. I'm surprised I don't have it here somewhere. Show tabs. Tabs and command. There it is. I got it. Okay, so you said Control A will select all the text?
Yeah, hit Control A.
Oh, it's selected.
Huh?
It only selected a small section. Only the top part.
Oh, see the top corner there?
Here?
Like over to the left? Up. No, over to
Up
the
here?
next to A. Yeah, right there. Hit that A.
Oh, okay.
Hit copy.
Now I can do it.
And then go over to Google Sheets. And you see where I said hi, Steve?
Oh, type it in there. Yeah, I did see that.
All right. So now you can just hit paste, right? And let's see what happens.
Paste it. I just clicked it. And it froze. It totally froze.
I think there is a way to.
There it is. Just took a while. And now you should be able to copy it and save it.
Well, hit save, I guess. Oh, it says it's saving right now.
Okay.
All changes are saved. Let me hit refresh.
It's not done, by the way.
There we go.
That thing is going to take forever to finish. I got up all the way to like, what was it, like 50,000 or something like that.
So this is Commodore.
I got up to 62,097 memory location. I'm typing in the entire book, though. Believe it or not. I spent 8 hours one time just typing in that stuff. People wonder why I'm not done. It's a lot of work. But yeah, it's the Commodore 64 book in Excel with some added addendums. Those columns on the left there are your guide to where you need to go. So these are the memory locations. These are the opcodes you can use for the assembly function. Of course, these just the examples. These are the hex codes. And it's got basic examples. Some I added on my own. Here's like the screen colors. A lot of good stuff in there. So look it over. It's just easier to go in here than it is to flip through a PDF or to go through the book. It's so much faster. Which is why I think when I get it done, it'll be pretty popular for the people. And Lemon 64 will probably eat it up like, you know, whatever. But anyways, I think we got sidetracked again.
So I got a question for you guys.
Yo.
In assembly language, if you want to say you want to load the accumulator with a value, and if you want to divide by 8, do you do like 4 RORs, rotate rights to divide by 8?
You're talking about 8-bit, not 16-bit. With 8-bit, you can use the LSR for each 2, multiply 8 by 2. When you go above 255, then you have to use the ROR? I forgot now. I think it's LO, let me see. Just had it right here. ROL. That's the division for 16-bit.
So I want to ROL, I want to rotate left.
Well, this is right here. You see these examples? Can you see my screen there?
Okay, yeah, okay, I see what's going on. I'm using LSRs. Okay, so LSR.
Right there. I put that over here too, I think. Yeah, right here is the example. Y1 minus 21 divided by 8. Well, actually, I put 5 because I was just changing the positions. This would actually be like minus 5. You can have that. I don't know if you follow this, but I uploaded that Excel document. So if you want to go to Google sheets.google.com, you can take a copy of it too. But it's not done. But,
You'll probably have to add him to the list.
oh, you got that into the list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you make it public. I don't.
Not ready to do that yet.
I'm not even sure how to do that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, if you want to add me to the Google Sheet, I'll be able to.
You snag a copy of what I got there so far. But it's not all the way done. It's almost like to the very, very end, but not quite. I need to find time to go and finish it. It's pretty close. I'm not doing the GOS. Skip that part. Not necessary.
Oh, the Commodore 64 Windows?
Yeah. But I got pretty far, so I probably only have maybe 10 or 12 more pages to go, so it's pretty close. I just got, my hands started hurting and I had to quit for a while.
Oh, I bet.
I was typing in the entire book. There's parts I skipped of it, but most of it is typed in. I just tried to skip the parts that I thought wasn't necessary, but now I have to go back and add those later. But anyway, the main stuff that we're working on is there. So, yeah, so getting back to this.
So, okay, so that's how you would do it? Like, if you want to do 8-bit math, load the accumulator with a value, and to do a division by 8, you do 4 LSRs? Is that the way you do that?
3.
3, okay.
Yeah, it's times 2 each time.
So I'm trying to figure out now, try to wrap my head around the fact that if we're working with that works good for sprite Y, but then for sprite X, we're not working with an 8-bit value, we're actually working with a 9-bit value. So I'm trying to...
I just put it right there, 248. It just keeps going all the way down. And then when you get too far, after you calculate past 255, that's where these ROLs have to come in. They have to carry the high bit over. And that's what the ROL will do, is it'll remember the high bit, and then you'll be able to add it back in and multiply with it again. The hard part sometimes is keeping track of that high bit or that flip bit. This code is supposed to work because this is code that he gave me.
ROL, that's rotate left. What's the LSR?
Left shift right, that's the division. Actually, I put multiply. That was my fault. I should put division. My fault. Let me go back.
Yeah, I think ROL is when you want to multiply, right? So
Yeah.
you want to do with LSR or ROR, which, to be honest, I can't quite understand the difference between LSR and ROR. It seems the same kind of thing.
Yeah, what's left shift right, and then ROR would be rotate right?
Yeah, well, LSR is logical shift right.
Logical shift.
Yeah, but we're not using ROR because we're not dividing. We're calculating once we get above the 16 because we want to keep calculating that bit each time. But if you wanted to divide in machine language by a 16-bit number, you would use ROR. Because remember, when you're going left, you're dividing. When you're going right, you're multiplying. I think I said that right, did I? I probably said it the wrong way. LSR, so if you go right,
Yeah, when you shift right, you'll be doing division.
division, and then, yeah. Now I'm getting myself confused. Yeah, that's right, because right, and then ASL will have an L at the end for left. They made it kind of easy because you see how ASL has an L on the end, and then this one has an R on the end to tell you which way it's going. But these are the fun ones to work with. This is where you got to use that debugger and really watch where the values are going each time, like we did in that other video. And we'll probably have to do that because nothing works right the first time. But we can at least test it. We can get it going because I got it in there now. Did you have any other questions about that?
So I guess, are we going to do like, what are we going to do here? We're going to do this math so we can figure out the ball's character position. So we need to set aside some place to store this number that we're calculating. That's what we're doing here, right? We're trying to get the ball's character XY.
Yeah.
Right, right.
And then we'll check that to see if it is in. We'll need to make something that basically will check to see if it's in the range of our bricks and calculate which brick index we need to erase.
So if your was like a 1284 or whatever, we would just add this x1 and the y1 times 40. That's what this code down here does already. That's essentially what these positions are doing over here. It's all figuring it out. And at the very end here, it sums up everything it's already done up in here. It's a little convoluted, but, you know, it works. I'm just anxious to try it out and, whoops, see what we get here. So what we're going to have to do is once we detect it, we're going to have to make it figure out what we're looking at. So once we have the values on the screen, we need to make it look in that memory location and compare it with the ball or the sprite at that position.
Well, I thought we could just look at the ball's character position and see if it's a space. If it's a space, then it's okay. If it's not a space, then we need to do a collision. We need to erase the brick and change the ball's direction.
Oh, so maybe I should explain how this one works, just to make sure we're on the same page. So what this does, it looks in screen memory What to say? There's a brick there equal to, I don't know, whatever value. And then it uses that algorithm to see what value the sprite found there. Does that make sense? At XY, which is the 53,240 or whatever. Does that make more sense? That's what it's doing. It's looking to see, as soon as you move that sprite over there, what is right in that screen memory position. That's why I was coloring in the screen memory as I was moving the sprite around, because I was looking at screen memory every time you move the sprite around.
Okay. Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to peek in.
In your basic program, looks like you were working with the color memory instead of the actual screen character memory. Because in your basic program, when you move the sprite around, you see like the actual color of the text changes.
Yeah, it'll work without that. I know what you're saying. I did that just so that people could see it changing, but it's still looking in this memory location here, VL, which is screen memory. We could still take out this line right here, and it'll still work. You just won't see anything on the screen. Actually, I should probably remark it out. But and I got a break in there. Yeah, I'm still moving it, and it's still figuring out what's in that position. It's just looking at screen memory. That's all. I just changed the color to show that it was working as it moved.
I got you. Okay, cool.
That's essentially what we're going to do with this program.
So will this be the? I wrote a couple lines of assembly code here. Do you think that would be the appropriate way to get the sprite's char y? Using the, because I see in the actual program, sprite 0y is the y of the sprite. So I load the sprite y, I subtract the border, divide by 8, and we can store it into a new value called char y. Does that seem appropriate for the y, though? Calculate the y's location in char?
Yeah, I mean, it'll still work. It's just calculating off of this where the x and the y are, and it's also figuring out where the... So in other words, if this x position is at 5, and this you can ignore the 17, it would just be at 5, and then it would take this 40, multiply it by the y to figure out if it's moving down the screen. So wherever this cursor at, it's going to look and say, okay, what is that position there? Okay, now I'm at y, what is there, and so on.
So the code I have here, you would say is appropriate? I mean, it's kind of the equivalent, I guess, in machine language.
Yeah.
For y, at least. You got my screen up there?
Let me pull it up. A lot of people use that same example, so it's probably very similar. He said a lot of people share the same example. Yeah, I got yours up. So you subtract the top. Okay, so the top represents wherever the...
Yeah, the constant top represents the top border of the, of the sprite.
And then you're dividing it by 8 and storing it in the character.
Yeah, I guess it'd be char y or sprite char y or something like that.
Oh, so your char is the y and your other one is the x, I see. Where's your x? Wait, I see the y, but I don't see the x in there.
That's where I'm kind of mixed up, because for x, we're going to be working with a 9-bit value, which I can't load a 9-bit value into the accumulator to do this.
Do you mean a 16-bit value?
Well, I mean, you got the 8 bits for the x, and then the most significant bit, which is a 9th bit, which you got to take into consideration.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking about the 16-bit math. As soon as you go beyond the 255, you're in 16-bit math. So you're talking about on the bit, where the bits are at. Yeah, that makes sense. That's when you have to do all those other calculations. I didn't realize how complicated this was. I remember because he kept explaining it to me, and I was like, what? I had to go over it several times with him. I did not get it first, second, or third time. And finally what I did is I took a piece of paper and I wrote it all out so I could see it for myself. And that's when it finally clicked for me. But yeah, so what you're doing is you're taking your sprite 0_y, which that would just be whatever y position is, I assume. And then you're going to subtract the top border. What is your variable for your top border? Did you define one, or you just?
Yeah, that's defined at the top of the code up here. Top is I always forget what it actually is.
You had your notepad open. Is that what you're talking about? I was looking at
top here.
Top is a constant. It's defined as starting at 50 on line 62.
Let me compare that to what you got over here. Now I need to look at something a second here. I need to figure out what my XC and XY are just to make sure I'm telling you right here. I'm pretty sure it is. CXYC. Yeah, that's right, because the X and the Y is going to represent wherever the sprite is moving at on the position of the screen. Because here I set it at 110 and 115, and then I'm just taking XC equals, oops, just say one, where's the dang equals? Equals 110 minus 40 divided by 8. And that calculates, if you change this position, this should change. You see how that just changed like a decimal? You guys see that? Oh, I'm not sure it must be my fault.
No, I can see it. I see it.
Oh, I keep forgetting if I have to share my screen with you or the users. I get confused on it. But do you see how the values are changing as I'm moving the XC around? It's figuring out based on that calculation where that sprite is, and at the moment versus down here later, you just add the screen position into the 53248 because it's moving through screen memory, but it's dividing it by 8 because of sprite size. You explained it to me before, I forget.
Well, yeah, because every character 8 pixels, so it only has.
That's it, 8 pixels. I couldn't remember. And that's essentially all it's doing. And it's doing several of these because of the size of the sprite. So if we move the sprite over, we don't immediately want to look at the next screen position. We want to wait until it's gone past the size of the sprite to get the next position. The same thing for the Y, of course. Do the same thing for both. Let's count how many times it takes to change it. Started at like 99 or something. Let's see if we can get like a regular 95, 96.
Well, wait a minute here. Like in your line 170 and line 180 of your basic program, you have it as minus. But here you're dealing with, you got it minus 40, but now you're doing it as plus 40.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay. So essentially I was going backward then. Thanks for pointing that out. So, yeah, I was wondering why the values look kind of strange there. They were like pretty high. Okay, so 7, and so this basically it should count 8. So there's 1. Oops, I've got to change this. It should be 2. It's still at 7. 3. Still at 7. 4. Still at 7. Goodness sake. 5. Six. It should flip over either this one or the next one. It's gonna flip over on this one. Maybe not. Maybe my sprite is. Oh, my sprite is double width, I think. There it is. It finally flipped. I forgot the 0. 0 to 7. But anyways, does that make sense? How it's doing that? More, hopefully. So Darren, is Darren there?
I'm here.
So where do you first draw the screen? Or let me ask you this. When you're moving the ball, where is the moving ball trying to, how would I say this? I guess we haven't detected the screen collision, so we need to make the ball figure out where the brick is next. So
Well,
I guess what we could do is probably get the sprite position.
I was thinking you would look at where the ball is at. You know, if it is on a space, you don't have to do anything. Not a space, then you have to do it.
That's what I'm trying to find out next. What is your X and your Y for your sprite?
For the ball, it's sprite 0 is the ball, so it's like sprite 0.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the memory location. Which one moves the ball? Is it paddle start X? Paddle start Y?
No, that's the starting X and Y position of the paddle.
Okay. Oh, that's the paddle. Okay, that's right. We got the other sprite. Okay. Sprite 0X?
Right. That would be the ball's X location.
Oh, we're still in the ball. I can't get out of that. All right. Ball.
What you want, man? You want to look at where the ball is. There's not a space.
Sprite 1X?
It's sprite 1 is the paddle.
Where do you got the ball moving? Oh, you separated from the. Okay, I see what you did. So it's probably down here. Now we're in paddle collision bricks.
There's a routine called move ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Let me just go back to the top, I guess.
Go to like 221.
What'd you say?
221.
221. And this is where it first moves, so move ball left. Ball left. Where do you store in the sprite and make it appear on the screen? Like when it's moving?
Right there.
Right here?
That is the X. The sprite 0. That's the ball's X location.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. That's what we need. And the Y would just be after it. That's where this is going to go. And then the Y will go in Y1, which I assume is just the Y.
Hang on, you don't want to load anything into the. Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Load, okay.
Let's figure out where your sprite is so we can calculate its position.
Okay, yeah.
And this probably isn't necessary. This was just for me because it's already going to take this. Actually, I think we use screen temp. We use screen temp. Let me see if temp X is being used. This is my O code. I hate this example. I guess I have to use Y character, I guess. Yeah, because this is going to represent the YC short for YC. So we take Y's position, let's say, balls, hit balls, Y position. For goodness sake. Keyboard is so crazy. And then it's subtract 21. It's supposed to be the 40 and this is supposed to be whatever the screen size is. So I use 21 so it doesn't go all the way down the screen. It doesn't really matter as long as we can still figure out how far down the screen. You could change this to figure out how far your Y is up and down. Does that make sense? So I'll just write that over here. Calculate Y. It's crazy. Like this, keys are really close together. So calculate Y's. Type it in. So calculate Y's top bottom, I guess we could say. Bottom top. I should say top bottom. I don't know why I wrote bottom top. That would make it more confusing. Because it's going down the screen, it could be starting at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And how far down do you want it to go? I just put 21 in my example because I didn't want my sprite going more than 21 lines checking down. And then we just calculate the sprite size. Calculate sprite width. Area. Forgot why I put this one in here. This was something I did extra in my code. I'd probably have to remove this one. I wrote it right here. YC minus 5. Okay. Yeah, I wish I had the original code. This is not a good example. YC goes Y1 minus 5 divided by 8. Why in the heck am I subtracting it twice? I'm just going to comment this out for now. I don't think we need it. Now so it's moving all over the screen. Okay. Now we will know what our YC is because it's going to take the Y1, which hence is our sprite Y, subtract, this example will be 21, and then divided by our LSR, which is our 8. Here, divided by 8. And we just store it in Y character, and it just gets calculated down here later, so we can keep figuring out where the Y position is. And this is going to keep track of the high byte, since it can actually go farther than 255 when you're doing the screen memory. So let's make sure this is all correct. Multiply it by 2. So I forgot why I put this 11 in there. 2, 8. I was doing something totally different when I put it in mine, so I changed all these numbers. This is still supposed to be calculating by 2, by 4, by 8, 16 times 2. Here I got this must be the high byte. I know what it was. So the 11 was the result of this YC. You see how I got right there? I should put equals. This in my example, after I calculated, came out to 11. So here I was calculating it to figure out what the value. So whatever this value comes is what's going to go into this 11. And this is what it's going to figure out where the high byte. Because you notice how the numbers are getting bigger here as we go by 2, and by 4, by 8, 16 as we're going through those bits. And we get to 32. All of a sudden it's bigger than 255. And notice after that happens, we want to start keeping track of the rotating left. Otherwise, you're going to create you're not going to get the flipped bit, and you're going to have a lot of crazy calculations. So I think what we'll probably have to do is do some breaks again and see what our values look like. Make sure it looks good. Oh, we're going to have to store it somewhere too. Let's see. We already got this in 253, 254, right? Yeah, right here, 253, 254. But that's not being stored here. I need a free memory location. It doesn't matter since we're breaking here. I'm just going to use 251. We just do it up here. I don't know why I did it there.
251's being used.
This is just because we're going to be checking the values. We're not going to use this in the original example, but we're going to use that debugger to figure out what our value looks like. Kind of make sure it's working and not doing funny stuff. So,
Are you going to be able to look at it if it's in use? It might be being changed somewhere else.
and I've got some error messages here for some reason. Why is this giving me an error message?
Car's not fine.
Oh, because I never defined it. Great. So I have to define X, Y, and because in my code I did, but here, sheesh. We can just, doesn't matter, we don't need this one right now because we're not using it yet. We might need to come back to it because we're going to need it. Is that the only one? Oh, I got to define all of these. Sheesh, forgot about this. So in the original code example, I already had all these defined. Back to that again. Where's it at? Let me get this Excel off the screen. Got too much stuff on the screen. I can't find it again. Minimizing everything. Where is it? I'm trying to find out where my CBM went to. I had it open. I can see it there. That's it. Oh, it looked like the other one. I couldn't tell. So in this one, this was that game I was working on. The values are stored right here. So these are the memory locations I use. Are you using any of these memory locations?
Yes.
You are? So we're going to need to probably find different ones to make this work. We're going to need more room.
Go to line 38 in my program. You can see where I'm
32?
38. There you go.
Okay. Back to the Excel sheet, I guess. What is free to use next? I think 171 was another area that it used.
I believe it looks like memory location 690 might be the first open one.
690. Is there a free? Let me go look at that real quick. Actually, you said that. So 690. Yeah, up to 767. So I could still use those. And thanks. So I hope we have enough. I think we do.
Because I see that in line 50 of the assembly code here.
Okay. And in that case, we should be able to easily swap these out. I don't know if I need these temps or not. I'll just put them in here, comment them out for now if we don't need them. Do you want to stick them after here? Does that matter to you, Darren?
That's a good place.
Okay. It's like the next value.
90. Look at that. You just changed the 8s to 9s.
Comment these out for now until we need them later. These are essentially going to be our 253, 254 later, or whatever values we're going to use for those. Now let's run it again. I know it's probably going to crash on the other one, but we'll see. This is not. It's the Y character we need now too. It's a temporary variable, so we can't use your value because this is calculating off of the Y in the screen memory Y. So I guess we're going to have to use 696. Ooh, we're getting so close to the other one. Oh no, we're 767, right? So we got plenty of room. X character. We can get it to run. Oh, finally. Okay, so at least it's running now, good. Now we need to put the brakes in there. As we go to the code. I can't remember, did I put the brakes in there already? Yeah, I already got them in here, so we don't have the JSR in there. We need to put the JSR in here now. Jump to subroutine. So where your ball is moving is where we want to put that JSR. We want to make it search for a brick now, or at least try to. Is that in the 433 again? No, not the 433. What was it? You showed me earlier.
When you do it, put a 180.
What line?
180.
180?
I mean, that's where the main is.
$190.
Oh yeah, you've got more lines in your.
Okay, so we could stick it right there then. As long as we can get it to stop for now. Later we'll make it figure out what's going on. And it should pick up the memory location that we need and stop. But it didn't. I wonder why it's not reaching it. Never getting to this line for some reason. Wondering if we're actually JSRing back to it. That's kind of interesting. I'll just stick it at the top for now. Might be something we need to change later. It should be able to JSR through all these lines, right? Anyway. Oh, great. Okay, there we go. So now if we peek into that memory location, we should be able to see there's a value stored. Now we know it's working. So it's picked up something in that memory location. Apparently the value doesn't look right. I'll show you why. Go back to this one. I'm going to put my stop back in here. Show you that the value is not right. So when I print out XC or YC, it comes to 11.25, but we're getting 120, so something is not calculating correctly. That's why you have to do it like this. So your sprite 0x, that's your ball's X position, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's show you something else here real quick. I want to see what values in here real quick.
I'll be right back.
Sure. 80. Subtract 24. Let's see if that works. Maybe it's still not right. Track 24 should now have 56. Track 24. Why are we getting this weird value now? So this is not calculating right. That's interesting. Okay, 253. No, that is right. 180. Okay. So 253. I don't think we'd be changing it anywhere. Set the carry flag to track 24. Who cares? Why is that showing a 4 in there? He's using 253, 254. It's just right, but doesn't make any sense. To brick address is what's getting stored in there, of course. So C equals x minus 4. X minus 4. Let me have this 24. Find out what x is. So I should track it from 24. Oh, because it's the Y position. Oh, we're calculating the Y position.
I'm back.
Alright, I was just talking to myself here.
There's like a bug in here. My cat's freaking out.
You think he would eat it, right?
He's a scaredy cat.
Security cat, there you go, that's a good one. My cat would kill everything cat we had growing up. You come near it, she'd kill it. Including hands, feet. We used to call her the devil. But anyways, this is the Y position here. But it's giving me some really weird results. I can't figure out why when I pass in 253, even though you're using it here earlier in code, it should override it here again with what sprite 0 has. And then down here,
Am I using 253?
you actually are, but we're just going to use this for test purposes. I went through your code.
What was I using 253 for? I don't remember.
Wait a minute. I'll show you so I can get this keyboard to work. Using it right here to store it.
Oh, that's your code. You added that in.
Oh, wait, okay, that's right. Never mind. So you're not using it. Okay, never mind that. So what I'm trying to figure out is, once we get the screen position, we want to be able to see what the low and the high bytes are there. I think that's what it's doing.
That's the brick, what you're loading in there. That's the first brick location. That's not the sprite location.
Right now you got me thinking that maybe I did it wrong originally. Hold on. Yeah, that's probably why it was doing that. Example right here.
What I think you're doing here is you're going to get the character position of the ball. You can see what is in that character position. And we're going to say if it's not equal to space, then we need to do some.
I'm trying to remember what I was doing originally. Here I did the 0, and I did what I did. I took the 253. So this is the screen memory, and then I stored it in here. So what it's essentially doing is it's calculating this whole VL thing right here. This is what this whole algorithm does. It's not just calculating this, it's calculating this entire algorithm. So first I could have probably stored it anywhere else, but I was calculating the screen memory so we could keep track of where to add the X and Y later. But probably shouldn't use that memory location then, because here we're supposed to do the X only. But this code down here is later going to be appended to all this down in here, somewhere around here. I had to look up the value scheme for YC and all that again, which I thought I wrote them over here. Yeah, I should have stuck them over here. I forgot. I should have just done that and saved myself some trouble. We'll put these over here too, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. And come on, why did it do that? That's not what I copied. So as I was trying to hit Control and I hit Alt instead. This keyboard is really crazy. Okay, so let's get back to the code example. And shoot, I don't remember. 253 is 690. So Y 4832. That's why I did not want to use this example, because this was the first example, and he told me I needed to start using all this temp stuff. But anyways, so what we're doing is we're going to be calculating just off of this formula over here. So I'll just write it over here so I don't lose track of what I'm doing here. This is the YC, right? And this is the X. I thought this was the Y. This is the Y right here. So I calculated the X first. So XC equals whatever your X position is called. Let's write 0x. And it's 40 divided by 8. But for some reason, when I load in your sprite X, even after I subtract 24 from it, I should get like 156 instead of getting like 4. You see how this is supposed to store? I'll show you, like when I just run this and I break this, for example, and I peek into 253, it says 180, right? See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I take out this break, later, we still got the 253 here, and I put this down, 253, it should subtract 24 from this. That's not what happens. Something weird goes on here. Think about what I did wrong. Actually, it works. Okay, so now we got it working. So if you take 180 minus 24, you got 156. So it's working. That part's working good. I must have done something wrong earlier, but anyways, we got that part working. And then now we're going to divide by 8, and we're going to check it again, just to make sure it's working again. Now we take the 156 divided by 8. Ooh, look at that. Boom. We got it working there. So we got our X figured out now. The hard part is the Y. And keep in mind, I didn't calculate the 255, so excuse me on that. For the X, that's going to be a whole new ballgame. We'll just pretend we don't have an MSB for now, just to get it working. Sound good? So that's going to be a lot more complicated. I'm pretty sure it's not calculated because my example here, I don't think the sprite goes past the screen. Pretty sure it doesn't. Whoops.
And that's kind of where I'm stuck at too. I'm having difficulty figuring out how to take into account the most significant bit.
Yeah, because if I go over here, I don't think I did. Yep, right there, I didn't calculate it. I just made it simple. That's something we'll have to figure it out. But for now, at least we get it working under the MSB, and we'll figure out the MSB later. So one thing at a time, right? But if you figure that out, let us know. Or just keep going through the calculations and make sure everything works. So we know the X should look good now, so we can leave that one good. The Y is a little bit more complicated one. So we'll check your Y, and we'll start with that and work our way down. Actually remove this 253. I don't need this anymore. Now we're on to 254. We'll see what value we get there. So I had earlier was 4. That makes sense because your Y is traveling down the screen, so it shouldn't be like 180. Does that make sense? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 21. So it's a lower number. So that looks good. Actually, wait, does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. The Y should be, your sprite doesn't start at 4. Why are we getting a bigger number here versus here? You got with Y. You got it in the Y position. Oh, I see what you did. Okay. We're getting somewhere now. So we don't want the memory location, we want the Y position. And we don't want the sprite X memory position, we want the Y. We want the X plus equals X plus 1. And we want the Y equals Y plus 1. So where are those values? That's what we need there.
I don't know.
That's why I'm getting weird results here. if I'm not mistaken, you can't peek into those memory locations, or can you, Bo? Are they in ROM, you know?
Oh yeah, we could peek the sprites X and Y registers.
We can? Oh, I didn't know we could do that. So maybe we could do that then. Okay, never mind then. So for some reason, it's Y is giving me a 4. A sprite 4 would be off the screen at a Y position. So I can't figure out why your Y is becoming a 4 instead of something like 100 or whatever you started it at. Where did you first store it? Incremented right here.
There,
Where's your position where you stored it? What, like your starting position?
it is on a routine called reset ball.
I'm just trying to see where you started it at. The only way I can think of is by looking it up.
Line 2.
That way down there? Is this it? That's reset ball.
Reset ball.
Where is it at? Here you're incrementing, but you have to store it somewhere. Oh, so you're just incrementing the Y position wherever it's at on the screen. You're not like setting Y starting at 100 or whatever. I still can't figure out why it's giving me a 4. Like if I look at mine, for example, over here, it's like 115. When you put it at 4, it's going to be off the screen. Does it start off the screen?
No.
Well, there is a ball start X and a ball start Y constants.
Yes.
Maybe there's a miscalculation here somewhere.
There's a constant called ball start Y on line 66, and that's basically where the ball starts off at. So it should start off at a value of 144. You look on, well, I don't know if it's probably not line 66 on yours anymore, but, well, maybe it is.
I think I know what it is. We're JSRing at the very, very beginning here, so it's never having a chance to move the ball. So I think it's just looking whatever's left in that last position. So I guess we could just make a pretend calculation for now. We want a real value. We don't want to use 4 as an example. Like if we had to set your ball, where would you want your Y to start at?
144.
144?
There's actually a constant called ball underscore start underscore Y that has the value where the Y position of the ball where it starts.
Oh, there it is. That's why I couldn't find it. Oh, okay. So that's where you got it.
There's a reset ball.
But you don't use this to increment. This is just a starting position. But this only happens when you reset the ball.
Well, the ball gets reset. One of the first
That's like, does it get reset at the beginning? So then we need a JSR after that line. I don't see a reset ball here anywhere.
Scroll up. Okay, for the main.
Is it toward the top somewhere? Reset ball.
There we go.
Okay, so it does. So let's try something here just to see if it does pick up that way. I'm going to move that just for a minute, and then we'll move it back later once we get the code working. Just it doesn't really matter right now because we're not running the game yet. We're just testing the values. I just wanted to see if it's going to pick up your Y in appropriate position now. Still got a 4 in there. Okay, now that's making me wonder where this 4 is coming from. Oh, because you never stored it in there yet. You didn't store it in the sprite 0, did you? In your reset ball position? Yeah, you did. Did you change it anywhere? Ball start Y, 0 sprite 1. That's the one we want. Is that not the one I used? Yeah, it is. It's the value I'm using.
What are you doing to it after you store it there? Dividing it?
Oh, what am I doing after that?
Really?
I'm sorry if I'm going too fast. I just figured out what position's here and then storing it so we can break it and look at it.
Okay.
And we can essentially still peek into that memory location and get the same thing.
I saw a break further down. I didn't see the one there.
There's a 0 on there now. That's interesting. This one has a 4, but this one has a 0. That's really interesting. Oh, I didn't see that. Did you see that? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I saw a break further down. I didn't see.
Thanks for pointing it out. I was like, this wasn't making any sense. So essentially, I was looking at the original calculation. Well, you always got to remember to do those dang breaks. Now it'll work perfect. Watch. Looks better. I can go with 144. I'm happy with that. So that would be our Y 44. And then now we're just going to subtract 21 or however far down we want to move it down the screen. We're going to test it again. Make sure it's saving that value. So what is 144 minus 21? Oh, I have to take out the original break again. Yeah, except you got to get in the habit of removing these breaks all the time. That's a very good habit. So 144 minus 20, was it 21? 21 minus 3. 23. Awesome. Our calculations are going good so far. Now we're going to divide it. I should have had to write down the number. What's the number? 123? I think that was it. 123. Okay, so what is 123 divided by 8? Should get something like a 15. It's not showing you the decimal because we're not setting the decimal. We're just using the regular integers. Accumulator's smart enough to figure that out, though. Did I say 15? We are rocking. Look at that. We on a roll.
So far, so good.
Yep. So that means so far we calculated the XC. Go back to that code again. And the YC.
Now for Y, do you want to subtract 21 or do you want to subtract
However far down he wants to go, move the sprite down the screen. I just used 21 as an example. You can change it later. You can set it as a constant if you need to. It's just saying, is the sprite at position 5? Is he at Y? Is at 6? Is he at 10? Or is he at 21? That's all that's saying.
Is that because your sprite's 21 pixels high?
It might be. That might make sense. That might have been why I changed it from 25 here, 21 there. I don't know.
Because I think it's supposed to be SBC and hashtag top for the sprite Y.
Hashtag top. Yeah, that's where your top would go. You're right. The hard part is coming because we're going to now be calculating the screen memory, at least after we're done with this. So this keeps track of the Y, and we didn't create the X yet, but we had one up here for X. So I said it was 15, right? Erase this junk. And went ahead and a break in there right from before. This is important too. If the Y goes past 255, you have to get the high byte versus the low byte. Because if you take a sprite down the screen, actually, I'm trying to figure out why he did this now. Maybe that's not it. He was using it. Oh, he was using this to calculate the positions of screen memory is what he was doing. Because this 11 is being added to the X. And if you add the X and the YC here, it's going to be a bigger value than 255. I think that's how he did it. Let me see. YC. Maybe that's not right. I need to go find that example. I had it all written down somewhere. If I can remember where I wrote it down.
Steve, do you need to go? You said you couldn't stay up late. You had the thing tomorrow.
Oh. Is this taking too much for you guys?
I'm fine, but you said you had a commitment tomorrow and didn't want to stay up late.
Yeah, I think I'll make it.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to be there at 9 o'clock. I serve in my church, so I have to be there around like 9 o'clock, so 9:30. But I don't sleep much anyway, so that's another story. I don't get much more than 4.5 hours a night, and I've slept that way for the last 20 years. And something happens after you get used to not sleeping, your body adjusts. So that's all I've ever really known. But that's another story. That's a personal story.
I would be sick if I only slept 4 hours a day.
Yeah, something happens with your mind after you do it for a while eventually. People who have gone into those sleep chambers have learned to deprive themselves of sleep. Mine is a mental condition. I can't control it. I can't sleep more than... In the last 20 years, I was lucky to ever get 6 hours of sleep. I'll never know 8 hours of sleep straight through again. Instead, I'll wake up and I'll go back to sleep again. Essentially, I'm just waking up like every 3 or 4 hours. Constantly.
You have sleep apnea or something?
Yeah, a sleep disorder. But it's not so bad. My body's adjusted to it now. I think it's a good thing because I prefer being awake more of life if I could.
Even if you're tired all the time, though.
No, at first I was, but I got used to it. The hard part is I take advantage of it now, and I try to go for 2 or 3 hours a night just on sleep. I get selfish. It was a mental condition that happened in 2009, but it's too philosophical to discuss here. Let's just say I wanted to expand my mind. And I did. Poor price. So, getting back to the real scenario, we've got the x and the y. So now we're going to remember this was that value we found earlier. I think this was for the y, whatever the y result was. We can just change that up here, which was what, 15? 15. We'll just change this to a 15. Show you where the calculations are coming from. Let me know if I'm extending you guys, because I have a bad habit of doing that. Because I can contain so long.
I'm okay.
Okay. I've actually had people tell me, okay, really, I gotta go. I'm like, I'm not tired. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll go. So I gotta be respectful of other people's time too. So what we're doing now is we're just basically taking the result of this. This 11 was mine example. This ours is now 15 instead because we saw it calculated earlier. This is why I did it this way, so you guys would understand hopefully where all these values are coming when we get down to here and we start calculating the bigger numbers. This is where it gets complicated. So keep in mind, these are the bit locations, right? 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, what is it? 64, 128, 255. But we don't need that many values. We only need up to a specific amount. I don't recall why this was again. Man, I wish I knew what that book was. So this is the 32. I got it now. We're calculating, this is calculating, I should have wrote it up here. I just now remember what this does. Write it down before I forget it. So I'll just write it down here and then I'll show you. For this code, it's calculating the 40 times y. Now does that make more sense? Values 40 times y will eventually exceed 255 in our code here. Right here is where this algorithm is coming from. So if we print the VL, it's 1396. If we print the 40 times YC, you see how big that number is? This is why we need 16-bit math. This is what I discovered when I was doing it. I was like, oh, because if we're going 32 times YC, we're finding that stupid times 360. And this is why once you get to a certain bit, you have to start calculating the 16-bit number. What's before the 32? 24 times YC. 370, we're still bigger than 255, so I think it's, what's under that, 16? 2, 4, 6, 16, 8, 20. I forgot. So 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. I'm using the wrong number. So 32, 16. I was right, 16. I don't know what this, ignore this 24. I don't need that one. It was me confusing what I was typing in earlier there. But anyway, my screen just should be under 255. It is. So once we get the 16-bit calculated times the YCs, then we have to start calculating that ROL to get the high byte to flip over and start adding the carry, like if you're doing math or whatever and you carry the, what do they call that number you have to carry at the top or whatever, basic math. I can't remember what they call it. The remainder. Carry the remainder over each time to say what the overflow of that number is, and then you add it to the new number. That's the whole purpose of this down here, is keeping track of the overflow. If you look down here, I put down the numbers here. I'll show you the calculations. Exactly what I wrote here. Right when we got to 16, we were still okay, right? But once we went to the next highest bit of 32, now we're calculating the next highest bit, so we have to start calculating 16-bit math, or we can't just use the old LSR or whatever it was, ASL. ASL won't work anymore because ASL is only for lower numbers. Hopefully that makes sense.
So I think what is it? ASL doesn't do the carry bit the same as ROL. I think.
Yeah, that's it. That's why we have these ROLs and RORs, whatever. So I just wanted to explain that. Does that make more sense doing it that way? What's going on here? Because you're separating that line X 190. But look at it this way: take out the 1024, add the XC plus. Where's my plus? Plus the YC times 40. I can figure out where those things are. There. If you look on my example, it's pretty close, but mine was 352, but I'm just calculating different positions on mine. Then, of course, by the time you take this 458, ignore the 75 part, you add it to the 1024, you figure out what that extreme memory location is. So now it's looking at 1482 by this algorithm. That's how it essentially works. The hard part is getting this math to work.
Yeah.
You can see why, right? Because you have to calculate all the way up before it switches over to 255, and then you have to, at that point, start storing the high and the low bytes, so you're going to lose track of them. It's very easy to lose track of one if you're not keeping track of one. Here he's keeping track of the high bit, because we know we're eventually going to flip that bit over for the Y. And then later, he's storing it back into the low bit here. I don't know how to explain it better than that. It's going to be real confusing to follow, but we'll keep going through the calculations anyway. Make sure that makes sense. So 254 was the Y, right? Didn't I use 254? Oh, I guess I kept using 253. I thought I was using 254. No, that's right, because 253 is the X and 254 is the Y, so we'll use 254. Okay, so we'll just start it up here again. Start fresh. Because you have to do it this way, because your calculations can sometimes easily go haywire. Especially if we didn't have this code, we wouldn't know what they are unless we calculated it. Or if you've been doing it for a while, like these other experts, they already know how to do it. So, 254, did I take out the other break? And I got an error message for something. Oh. I've got to add it. Wait. Uh-oh, I hope I didn't just erase something important. Hold on a second. So I'm glad I copied this code. ASL. Okay, no I didn't. We're just not ready for this. I don't think we did this yet. Yes, we did. We're good. So our Y, remember earlier was 144? So our Y has not been altered, so we're safe to say we still got our Y. Now we're just going to start calculating off of that Y and eventually multiply it by the 40 and watch how the funny math works. It's going to be a little more complicated, but interesting, let's say the very least. So now we're going to take whatever's in y, which we know is 144. And then we're going to multiply it by 2. Start calculating where. So maybe I should explain it this way. Maybe this will be an easier way to look at it, because I know this, I'll probably be talking to people's heads otherwise here. Remember earlier how we can only calculate up to the 16 before we flip to the 255? We also want to calculate, you can only calculate up to the 32, and then he separated it, the way he explained it, you take in 32 plus the 8 to get the 40, which is why he's doing it that way. I don't know why my calculation didn't come out right, but because I put that space in there. That's my spaces. What the heck? Oh, I put an equals. What am I doing? 40. That's what he's doing here. He's calculating the 32, and then the 8 was calculated earlier when we did it up here, I think it was. Or maybe it's down here. Down here. So we'll calculate that later. So keep in mind, this is going to be the y times the 8, and then this is the y character, oh, I wrote 8 there, times 32. We can calculate those.
Times 40.
Did you follow why I'm doing that?
Well, 40 is one row.
Yeah. But do you know why he's separating these two? Why you can't just use 64 plus 8? Because if you take 16, like this is why I was calculating this earlier to show you. If you're multiplying those values, they're eventually going to exceed the 255. And I did it in my calculations to figure out, and this is how these lines here, again, 170 to 190. Separate that. We take the YC and XC, we got those values, but to calculate that 40, we're multiplying by the YC, right? So YC times the values. If you try to multiply it times 32, your value is already bigger than 255. You have to separate it. What's under 32? 16. 16 falls under 255, so we're going to take those two numbers and we're going to merge them together later. Hopefully that makes more sense. Essentially, you're looking at it like this. XC plus YC, not like this, YC times 32 plus 8. Does that make more sense? And these are going to be the values that's going to calculate together to add to that XC. And eventually add to our screen memory. Pretty complicated algorithm. So we'll start with the 2, because we're going to be calculating the 32, and we have to calculate all the bits first, up to 16. Oh no, this is 32. We're calculating up to 32. So we got 144 times 2. $144. I probably forgot to put the break in there. Did I? Alright, something went wrong here. So I take this out for now. I thought the break in here was my fault. I'm going to have it removing those dang breaks. Okay, looks a little bit better. So the value earlier was, that's why you always have to write it down, 144 times 2. What's the YC? I'm sorry. is 15 times 2. 15 times 2, I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong number. So 15 times 2 is 30. First one. Now we're going to multiply it by 4. Next. Put that value down. 15 times 2. And break. You get to see where that rotate comes in handy. Oh boy. 34. 30 we're working with. Oh, that's right. We got to do the ASL first. This is only keeping track of the high bit, so it's not going to store the numbers unless it's only keeping track of those overflow bits. Hope I'm saying that right. These are the ones doing the calculations. I need to put it down there actually. And make sure I don't have a duplicate again. Let's get rid of that. So now 30 times 2. Or no, yeah, 30 times 4. Because this is now second ASL, so it's taking the 15 times 4. There's 15 times 4, I don't know. I can never do math in my head if I tried. Could be 60. So now 254 should contain a 60 if we've done everything right. We're good. Now we've also kept track of the overflow bit. And we're going to go into the next one. What's the next digit, guys? I just gave it to you. We're good?
It's kind of like calculus.
It takes a little bit of time to get used to it. So this is 15 times 8. What's it? What's it in? I do not like this keyboard. Probably remove this. I hope I don't regret this later, but now we're going to get the next one. 15 times 16. Or this one. Let's put that out. Confusion. Bricks are all removed. Now we're going to be 15 times 16. Should be 240. Boom. Now if you take 15 times 32, you've already exceeded 255. This is why we got to start keeping track of those bits that they've been keeping track of all this time right in here. So this Y32 is going to remember what that overflow is. So who can guess what the next number would be between this one and this one? Like, what is the overflow number? How would you calculate that? How many bytes over 255 did we just go? Oops, I added it. We went 225, is that right? Yeah, 225 bytes over in the next position. We calculated this. It's 240, 480. Actually, I probably did that wrong. 480 minus the 240, I should have done. That's my fault. 240, there we go. That's the correct answer. So 240 is the bits that are being carried into this ROL stuff. And the system's smart enough to figure out later when you bring them back in, and this is why you gotta save it, he says. The cat's in agreement.
She's actually not in the room. She's 2 rooms over. She's just that loud.
Really?
Oh, here she comes.
I was gonna say, that sounded like it was right next to you.
Here she is.
Okay, now we're on to the next one. Okay, so did we do 32 yet? I can't remember if we just did or not. We did times 32. Oh, that's right, because we're going up to 32 on this one. I was like wondering why we did that, so we need to do 32. So we did the 15. I'm making sure I write this all down. 240, 120, 240, right? Times 16. It's 240. That's right. 15 times 32. 2 is 480, was it? 480. Now, if you remember the numbers I had on earlier on the screen, this is where I was getting those numbers from. Except I was using it in my example. So my example is going to be different than this one. So now we should get, here's where it's going to blow your mind. Now we no longer have 255, but we have to figure out what the carry bit is. So what we're going to have to do is actually save this to see it. We don't save it here. Actually, we might already have it if we looked in this memory location, but I'm just going to put it in 253 so you guys can see it. Hopefully it works. Cross fingers. 15 times 32 is our next goal. 480, and what do we got here? Got some weird looking numbers, right? Do you think those are going to equal 480? Let's see if they do. Oh, we are off. Probably because I forgot something. I miscalculated something. $32 high. Did I forget the low? Oh, so we've got that low. We're almost there. It's the next one down. So 32 high. For goodness sake. How am I going to do this? I'm going to need another number. But it's still a number here. So if we're correct on my calculations, this number should be 64. Let's see if I'm probably not, but we'll try it. Sure, I'm probably going to lose a lot of viewers and be like, what the heck is going on with this? It's calculus, guys. Want to be a Commodore programmer, you got to be a... Oh, those numbers should not be the same. That's an error. I have a feeling that should not erase something I did earlier. Dang it. Let's see it. One false mistake and you're screwed. Oh, I forgot my code example. So we're going for it. Alright, let's see. Sprite 0 would be the y1 times. Where am I at now? Anyway, here. Wait, this for regular. Sure, nothing got emitted in this first section right here. So ASL, ROL looks good. ASL into ASL, ROL looks good. ASL, ROL. I'm missing the Y32 here. I think that's going to have a significant impact. I don't think it's anything else is missing. Maybe I got extra ones in here. Oh my gosh. I need to separate these. I'm going to get so lost here trying to figure out what goes with what. Let's bring these together like this. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got too many here. Two, 4, 8. This is supposed to be 16. So I was writing these all down. So this 2, 4. This is 8. This is 16. I think I had 2 of them in there. There shouldn't be this one. There should only be 1. But it's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I added an extra one. So we ended up getting some weird results. I just have to take one of these out. Comment it out for now. Might get some different results. It should still look the same. Interesting enough, we're getting a much lower number, which I think that makes sense because up to 120, we had 8, and the next one is 632. 32, or 15 times 16, which is 240, and 15 times 32, 480. Why are we getting 344? Anyways, let's see if that works if I add the 251. That's not even close, is it? Nope. Two, 4, 8, 16, 32. I should have stuck these together. Okay, so these two, these two, these two. There actually are more. I mistyped it. It was 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it actually calculated this. I think I counted this one twice earlier. It's supposed to be times 2. This is times 4, times 8, times 16. This is times 32 though. Hold on. $15 times 32 is supposed to be 480. Question is, when we got here, let me go back a second because it's just to make sure I didn't miss something. Uncomment these two just to see what the values were here earlier. I think we might read this. Oh. 240, which was 16. Yeah. So this is correct. So up to here we got 15 times 16, so we only have one more to go. But I don't know why we're losing it down here. I'm just going to write over here. 16. You fried yet?
Me?
It's a lot of work because you really got to see where those numbers are coming from. I'm missing something here. I'm trying to figure out why when I'm getting down to here, I'm at 15 times 16 equals 240, but up here, I already have 15 times 16, even though I have an ROL up here. That doesn't make sense to me. So I'm just have to go back and look at these numbers again just to make sure I'm not missing something here. I might have those written in the wrong place. That might be throwing me off. Again. You can always do a break before a break too. It'll just find the first break. Good 240. Now what's really weird, did you see when I got down here earlier, we're still showing 240. I think it's because the assembler cannot hold more than 255 bytes. No. Memory location. But it's blowing my mind why it's not flipping over here. This should be flipping over this. I think because we probably have to change the location for this. Earlier we saved. Oh, wait, we used the Y already. Daggone it, did we use the Y already? This is probably why I didn't even see this in here. I forgot to remove this. This was throwing me off the whole time. And it wasn't making any sense, the numbers weren't adding up. So anyways, 15 times 16, 40, right? 120? Hopefully when we get down here we get some different numbers. Smaller numbers. Fingers crossed, right? Still use 253. Because we're just essentially calculating in a row. Please work, please work.
Break higher up.
What was that you said?
You got a break on. It's 7.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, need those second eyes. Okay, that's the number we had earlier. Makes me feel a little bit better. So that's supposed to be the overflow number. Take 253 here. Yeah, so I should be able to make this the overflow. I don't know why I put this number here. I think this needs to be 253 still, because we're still under. This would be the 251. Please be small, please be small. Okay, why are you the same number again? What's in 254? And if I add these together, it's not good. It's going to be higher than that number. Way too high. But what if I take the last number we had, 253 and 251, let's see what those do. Man, where is it again? Stop it. '53, 51. Yeah, we did that earlier.
Is the carryover in the accumulator? Or is it somewhere else?
It's working. I'll tell you why, because earlier my value came out to 480, but that's my calculation. Oh wait, no, that's 15 times 32. That's not, so it's not, something's not right then. What is 15 times 32? It's 80, 480, right? How many are we missing? We're missing 16 somewhere. Maybe we never calculated by 16. This is what's blowing my mind. So like right here, it's losing it somewhere. I should be able to remember this because I'm going to go stop this one more time just to make sure I'm not going crazy. Believe me, it's not to drive you crazy after a while. Break here and check 253 again. Breaks in here. Invalid instruction somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was calculating 16. I'm pretty sure I saw that earlier. Right? You saw it. There it is. 15 times 16 is 120. Stop giving me a fuss. Oh wait, it's 240. Ooh, I miscalculated the number. Okay, my fault. So it's 240. Oh gosh. What's 15 times 32 again? 480. It should be equal to 480. Got this one done. On this one. This all 251. Right. Now this one. So make a limit over here somewhere. I know I'm not losing my mind here. 253 earlier we saw that. Definitely 240 on that line. Now you better repeat it again. Now what we're doing here is we're now changing, we're still keeping 253, so we shouldn't lose that value, but we should still be able to start with the new 251. But what was in Y32 high? Oh, okay, I didn't just now notice that. Okay, let's go back and look at this one. Here's where this line is. 15 times 16 equals the number. It's this line right here. This is the next line. ROL 32 high. This is 32 high. I notice he has a Z temp low here for some reason. If we need to keep track of that, that's probably what's going on somewhere here. Y32 high. Let's just hope it doesn't lose the number again. Let me make sure I didn't use 251 up here anywhere or anywhere else. I know what it is. This is a very fatal mistake. $251 could have anything in it. Started fresh, but nothing in it. And we gotta calculate it, safely store whatever's in here because we're not loading it, we're just accumulating against it. So it's probably just trying to calculate off whatever 251 originally was. Makes a little bit more sense to me. So in my original program, I had all this stuff going on. I had basically initialized it before I used it. I ran into the same dang problems after I pulled out all my hair. We got 240. Where is this number coming from? How far is 480 from 255? Ooh! It is working. It's not keeping track of all of 255, it's only keeping track of 480 minus 255. So 240 plus 24 would actually be correct. It's working. Yeah. Bingo, guys, it's working. I was miscalculating, misunderstanding. We're not trying to keep track of everything over 255 because we're not going 255 over. Look at the number here. We're only going 224 over. So essentially, we're not, there's 31 extra. Now, if you add that number to that one, I'll bet you get 480. Oh, wait, no, we didn't. Maybe the 224. That's it. Yeah, the 31 to the 255, you get the 255 because 31 bytes are still left before we hit 255. Did that make sense? Or did I put you guys to sleep?
I kind of see what it's doing. Basically, you know, for example, say, you know, y times 40 equals 900 something.
Mm-hmm.
It's able to break it down into how much over 255 it is.
Yeah, because it's keeping track of the number of bits over that it traveled over to get to the next number in those bits. Because after we go by 16, earlier I wrote it down here on the screen. If 15 times 16 is 240, but you can't go over 255, so 255 minus 240 is the amount it's going to travel over. So after 15, it travels over the 255. And then at that point, it means it traveled up to 224 more bits, since the next number is that much higher. 15 times 32 is 480. And of course, we know the original number was 24. Never mind that. That's not it. But I think you're getting it. Are you okay with that, Darren? Oh, did we lose Darren?
I'm here. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Oh.
I guess so. I don't know. I'll have to look at it again.
Yeah, it's a lot to kind of master in one time. Like I said, it took me several days. And just emailing this guy back and forth, asking questions after questions. He was so patient with me. I'm like, really, I'm not getting this. And finally, he said, I want you to go read PDF. He gave me a PDF, and I went and read it. I came back, and after I started working with it, I'm like, okay, now I understand what's going on. Because you always got to keep track of that math, that higher overflow, whatever you call it, the carry remainder, whatever. Because we know it only go up to 255, but the system itself needs to know how many more bits you're going to add to the new number to get those higher numbers. And then we're essentially going to add these all together to figure out those calculations. Pretty wild algorithm. So we're done with this. 32 is done. And notice I didn't go in here and I didn't have to add any extra code. I just wanted to show you guys. I knew the code worked already because I had used it before, but I wanted to show you guys so you guys could get a better understanding, so when you want to use it in your code examples, you know, so forth. Let me just go back and recalculate, write this down here. So 15, what was our number again? 464, I think it was. 240. Okay, let me write this down over here if I forget. This came 224, I think it was. 144. That's it. I'm using the right number. It's 253 actually. 253 and 251. I'm using the wrong number. 3, 240 plus 251. So 240 plus 224. So it's the 224 is what was stored in the two numbers together. So it's the 253 and the 251 together. So 3. Stay it like that, and it's in memory. And that would be the number 464. And over here. Sure. Yep. That's it. 224. Yep, and 240. And this 32 is necessary, so now we can keep track of that 480 number that we're going to calculate later. Because what it's doing here is it's now storing this in the low, and here we got the high bytes because these were the higher numbers. Don't ask me to explain this part. This part's a little bit more confusing, but it's necessary to get the algorithm. This part I never quite understood. But anyway. This one's going to be a lot easier. It's going to be simple math. I'm going to make sure I'm not using any extra values. So we're going to use 253 as the Y. Our Y. And should have actually made that our X, but oh well. Yeah, that was my fault. I should have used X because 253 should be X and 2. It might make sense X comma Y, so I'd hate to have to go back and recalculate all this again. We don't really need it anyway because these values right here are already keeping track of calculations, so We'll just use the other one, I guess. We can reuse the same ones. It doesn't really matter at this point. We can just go back and comment all these out, since we don't need them anymore. Okay, this was the 251. I don't know why we got that there. I'm just going to take that one out. No more breaks in here. No more breaks. Right. I don't remember why he did this. For some reason he says you have to zero out the 8. Also make sure we're using the Y character. I think we stored it earlier. We're good there. Now it's going to get a little more challenging, so we'll still go through the breaks again to make sure that I don't lose you guys here. We're just going to repeat with the 253 again, since we already commented them out here. Make sure they're commented out everywhere, just to be on the safe side. Nothing up here, right? I think we're good. Now we're going to be able to start remembering what was an original Y character position, which should have been never what this result was, which I did not even calculate it here, did I? Daggone it, why didn't I do that? Was it? It was 15 earlier. I just didn't do this. This should be 15. For this, sorry, should be 15. Fix. Okay. Okay, we're safe to start anew. Now 15 times 2, this should be 30, just like before. $30. We're off to a good start here. Or I forgot what number that was again. Yeah, 64. And just to be sure, we're good. I think that one's 120 if I remember correctly. Looks good. I'm happy with the algorithm. Looks like it works okay. Now we've stored and saved the 8, so we can multiply that, or add the 8 plus the 32, so we can get the Y character times 40. Make sense?
Sure.
Here comes the fun part. Now we're going to remember all these values earlier. I'm going to see if I have them stored up here so I can kind of guess them without. This one was, what was this one again? Y32 low was down there. I never wrote it down what it was. I think it was 144 if I remember. That's 144. Shall find out. Whoops. Oops. Good. Do we have 144? Ooh, 224. I miscalculated. Which was the same number we had earlier. I just looked at the wrong spot. Or I never wrote it down. I don't think I did. That's right. It was in the 251, remember? So this was where it was 224. That's where it was. So this is the low. Here we're going to get interesting. Now we're going to add the low byte of the 8 so we can get the calculations of the 32 plus the 8. Because remember you have to add 32 plus 8 to get 40. So if I had to do that here, 224. What was Y8 low? I never calculated it, did I? Was it 120? This was 120. Times 8. I guess this is going to be 120. Or my guess is 120. We shall see what happens. $88. Not quite what I was thinking. But what is 224 plus 88? Make sure I didn't lose some code here somewhere. Y8 low. Let's be on the safe side again. Shows it's right there. Oh, so this is the result of the 8 low and the high byte. Sure, I didn't miss something here. White high, white low. Oh, might be hard to explain where this calculation comes from. Just keeping track of the low bits. We'll probably have to go on to the next one before I can hopefully explain this one. If you're lucky about it. Store Y40 low. That'd be the same number. Okay, so it'll be the same number. I couldn't figure out why they always did these twice. Like 32. So this is essentially doing this. 32. Let's say all these two are doing. Oh, I know what it is. 32 plus 8 equals 40. So essentially what they're doing is they're just taking the Y low 32. That would be the 32. And plus whatever was in the other one. 8 low. That's the 8. And the result goes into Y40 low because that's the calculated 40. So he uses this to figure out what the 40 multiplication. At this point, we've already been able to calculate the 40. So the 32 and the 8 have been added together. So it took these two together, and it now gives the result down here, right there. So we've successfully got the calculations there. And these are the highs. So these are the lows and these are high. This is what blows my mind here. But anyways, I'm going to try to keep up with this. 88, right? Now, I see what's in this one. Why do we have an 88 still? Oh. Oh, we got a name, we'll leave it in there for now. Come back to it later. Sure, there's a code here somewhere. YouTube, CLC, not very well. YouTube. So Google Hangouts is only 5 hours, right?
I don't know.
I remember when it shuts off. It's kind of shut off either very soon, 15 minutes maybe. But we're close. Now we got a 2 here. Might be, that's Advert carrying the Y8 high, which earlier was, I don't know where I got that number 1 from. These are supposed to be the carryover bits. It's supposed to be the carryover bits. I should put it up there. See, we still got to do this at the very end. You see I wrote down here y character times 40 plus screen. This is where the screen memory is going to come into place. So I think we stored the screen memory earlier in 253, 254. So eventually we'll have to wipe out all the 253s, 254, and then that should do the calculations to recall what the total sum is. But anyway, let's calculate this one. Let's see what we get. Other two. Oh, that's right. I just stored it. I didn't do nothing with it. I didn't need to do that. A little tired there. So, here comes the results. Let's see what the grand finale looks like for 40. That's what we have up here. I forgot why he did this. Add with carry 254. So this is where it does that screen memory plus the value. So it's doing that, if you recall earlier back here, it's calculating this line right here now. Right there. It's now calculating this plus this XC here is calculated. Let's see, where's our X at? This is just the Y. We didn't even calculate the X here. We must have calculated up here somewhere. We calculated that right there, so the X was already, no, it's the Y. Where is the dang X? Ooh, we don't even have the X calculated, do we? We saved it in X character. So we need to get that back. Get it over here. Forget. So this is just going to take the YC times the 40. That's all this is doing right there. That's exactly what we have there. And then eventually we have to add in the X, which is not hard, but I don't know why I didn't put it in here. XC. I probably just have to add it down in here somewhere at the end. I hope it wasn't bigger than 255. I think the result was a lot lower. What was the result we had for that again? And being me, I never wrote it down. You have to go back and double check it again, I guess. Just to make sure it calculates correctly. Where was we at here? We just did this one. Now we're going to add with carry. So we don't lose the viewers here. This is this one. Okay. Toy. I'm curious, what is 208 plus this? 54? That's 16. How can we find the 224? Ooh, it is working. It is. Where was that? I had 8 here somewhere, didn't I? I'll find the book later and explain it to you more in depth because I wrote down how the calculations arrived at the answers. So it'll be easier for people to say, where did you get all these crazy numbers? Well, eventually they all do add up once you figure out what the overflows are. But I'm too tired right now to figure it out. We're almost there. Almost at the end of the yellow brick road. That's one. Make sure we didn't add it. I do not want to repeat any of these. Very fatal to repeat any of them. Make sure we're okay with that. Okay, looks like we're good. Alright. Our new number. Before I forget, what was the other one? It was 216 or 28. 28. Yeah, write it down if I didn't write it down. Oh, this was 2. This must have been 28 up here. But it really fits 28. $46. Now. There. I believe we're almost there. We are there, actually. Yeah, those were the last numbers. And how does all this work? I'm going to do the best I can to try to figure this one out. So earlier, 253 and 254 was your positions for your high and low byte per screen memory, right? So 46 plus 144. That's not right. Should be times 256. Oh, because we also added the y in there. So we need to add the y in there somewhere. So essentially what we're doing is we're just calculating the Y, and then we're going to add the screen memory position to it. So to make sure everything's okay, I'm going to double check them right here. Otherwise, we're screwed. Yeah, there's something probably not right here. Tell already by looking at it. Should not be that big of a number. So Darren, are you with me?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you still with me?
I'm here, yeah.
So when I calculated these numbers earlier, 253, 254, I'm getting a much higher number than screen memory. Question is, are these the right values? When I provided the result, it wasn't giving up the right information. I'll just make sure it's not repeating anything and just make sure it's on the safe side. So it was 180, was it what earlier? Wait, it was 180? Hold on, give me a second here. So just to make sure I don't repeat any code and make sure it's something I overlooked.
Okay, but those values that you were pulling there, remember that's the first brick. I don't know if that's really what you want. That's
I can find the screen memory. What we're doing right now is we're calculating that VL. We're calculating this 1024 right now. So we need the numbers. In my example, this is 0 plus 4. Those would be the 253, 254s. These are the two digits I need. Whatever your memory location is for those bricks.
I thought you were relative to the ball. I thought you were calculating the location of the ball. You're loading right 0, X, and Y.
We're doing both. Look, I'll pull it back up again.
Okay.
We got the XC, which you just get those lines pulled back up here.
In that calculation, what is the plus 17 and the minus 13? What is that doing?
That's just me positioning it. I can get it the position right, so I had to play with the values. We may or may not need those, which is why you see me doing all those weird subtracts earlier in between. I was just trying to get it to line up in my example, but we can always play with that later. But for now, if we can get it close to it, at least, like look at maybe the third digits to the left or the third digits to the right or above or whatever, then we're working. Then all we have to do is just subtract or add or whatever we need to do.
So the formula is 1024 plus the X character plus 40 times the Y character.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So that's what I need this value, because these digits you gave me are not calculating anything remotely close. And I just want to make sure I didn't leave them in here. So I'm going in and I'm removing all my 253s and 254s. I'll be on the safe side. I just used them for calculations because I didn't feel like...
Are you loading them in the right order?
Mm-hmm.
High and low?
Yeah. I mean, either way, these are the values I ended up with, 120 and 144, which are very, very high. You see the number it gave me was 36,984, so it's definitely not right there. Because all I did is I broke out here, and it just looks right here at the last memory locations that we stored, which was up here, the brick screen low and the brick screen high. So even if we break here, for example, we can still, probably what we should have done at the beginning, we'll still see they're probably pretty high. If they're not, then maybe there's something off. Okay, one of the digits got screwed up. 254 got screwed up somehow. Let's see what this comes to. It's pointing it up to me. Okay, So it was the 254 that got warped here somewhere. Somewhere. Where are you?
I don't think you want anything to do with the bricks. I think you want 1024 there. You don't want 1144. You want to know what is the screen, or what is the what is the character screen memory location of the ball, right? And you're going to look underneath that in that position and see, is the ball in the brick? So is that not a space? Or is that something other than space?
Yep, that's what we're looking for.
Right. So you don't want 1144 there. You want 1024. Right. You always want to start at the beginning of screen memory.
We're just looking in where your bricks start. What line do they start on?
You want 1024.
They start on 1024?
No, the bricks start at 1144, but we're not interested in the bricks right now. We want to calculate the screen memory location of where the ball is. And then once we get that, we can look and see, does that screen memory location contain a space, or does it contain one of the brick characters? If it contains one of the brick characters, then it is a collision. Right?
I'm trying to follow what you're saying there. I'm going to do what you just said, though.
Yeah, I don't think you want. Yeah, I think you want that always to be 1024 here.
I still can't figure out where my 254 got warped, but oh well. Probably because one of these values is using. I have a feeling one of these values is using that. And that's going to kill me if that's what's going on. Nope. They're all using 690. We did that earlier, so I don't know why that 254 got warped, but oh well. Hope it doesn't get warped again by the time we get down here. And why character? What was that? Let's go back and look at it. 696, 697. Check here. I'm curious. Right there it is. There's where it changed it. It's add with carrying 254. But wait, no, we didn't get to this line. We braked right here and it's still, yeah, something was right. But anyways, let's break here again and see if we get the right values this time. We should get 0 and 4. Hopefully. Okay, we're on a good roll. Now that we got the screen memory, we can add it to the Y's. We've already got that figured out because that's what this algorithm is doing. It's just going to add here, carry, add with carry there. So that's how the Y and the X are being calculated in, or the Y is being calculated in. This is just for the 40 only. We still have to go back here later and add in the XC. So eventually you have to go down here and do another add with carry. Right there. Down here. We had to add with carry that X character. And we have to store that back into our overall results. Where did we store them at? Let's look at the algorithm again. Somewhere here I added it back in. Thought I did it in here. Let me just search it again, make sure I didn't overlook it somewhere. First one. We added. Got to store it up here too. I forgot to do that. Very important. That would be a fatal mistake. What am I doing wrong here? So we got the 0 and the 4. We got the y added in. We have to add it to the 253 and the 254. Oh my gosh, I can't remember how to do this. If I had just added this to like one of these values, for example, we know the 253 is 0. I think we could safely add it to the, because XC is never going to be bigger than 255 right now. We could probably just still add it here. I'm just going to store the meta value down here and try it anyway. And just hope it works. Can you imagine doing a statistics program in machine language?
So the what?
Statistics program.
A what program?
Statistics program in machine language. That would be a nightmare. Or a calculus program like Bo said. It's hard enough trying to figure these values out.
Math is not my strong suit.
So I'm trying to figure out why our X character didn't show up here. Maybe I have to load it. It's got lost somewhere. There it is. There's our X character. Was it originally 19, the question is? I don't think it was. What was it again? We never calculated it. We can stop it up here just to make sure. Always a good idea. It's always good to go back if you have to make sure that your values earlier were correct. If it's 18 or 19, we're good. Okay, I feel confident now. We know X has been calculated in there, and screen memory's been calculated, Y has been calculated inside of here already because of this and this. So it's safely already added all these together to figure out what we needed. But why, if that's the case, why are these still showing 0 and 1? Unless it stopped. I'm trying to leave a break up here somewhere. Yeah, fatal mistake if I did. Okay, I don't see any other break. But when I printed these, where's that near again? 0 and 4. That doesn't sound right. Like we're losing our Y somewhere. We're supposed to add it to 253 and 254. No. Go back to 0. Make sure there's not a break in here. So we reset 0 and 4. 53, 254. Save X. Cleared out 251. or y character times 40. It got stored here, which is down here, right? Y40 high is right there. It's supposed to add with carry to this value. So where did we store it? Wait, did we ever store it? We probably never stored it. All we did was add with carry, but we never really stored it. Okay, that was my fault. So I'm going to use, I'll change this to 252. Let's trace them both for now. And I'm going to put it in 251. Hopefully it's there. Don't get your calculations right, you don't get the results you want. Please be there. I feel a little bit better now. There's a 25 in there. Earlier we had the 0 plus 4. 1024 plus 25. Why is that bothering me? High 254. Store it 254. That's what I did down here originally. Oh, I stored it in 253 and 254. You gotta store them in both. I had a feeling I had to do that. You can't just leave it there and hope it's gonna be there. You gotta remember what they are. That's gone. What am I gonna do now? I just used the same value. Why would I do that? That's kind of weird code there. I don't know why I would do that. Let's see what happens if I use it anyway. Stuck here. Okay, it was that 88 we had earlier. And this is the 208 plus the 88. Where you at? 96. And we're still off for some reason, but oh well. $464 was our original result. And we're getting 444. But anyways, we got, what was it again? 88? Oh boy. I'm running out of microchip here. $254. Got the 40 high, which means we calculated 4y40 times, or 40 times y. I just don't think the results are going to come out right. Because if anything, it's supposed to just take the 0 plus 4 Essentially, all we're doing is we're changing this first bit. We're not changing anything else in the calculation. But it's giving me a really high number, and I don't like that. I trust this 2 more than I trust any of this 88 stuff. I'm hoping it's going to work, but I don't know. Doesn't look safe to me. But anyways, I had that code there originally, so we're going to use it, I guess. Oh, where did my thing go?
I think I'm going to drop off, Steve. I'm falling asleep.
What's that?
That I'm falling asleep.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're probably shut out of Google Hangouts already. Oh, it's still broadcasting, actually. Amazing. Do you want me to send you this code?
Yeah, send that to me.
I'm gonna have to paste bin it then. I'll test it later.
I don't know if I'll be able to figure it out, but go ahead and send it to me.
It's a challenge. When I find the original calculations, then I'll be able to explain this a lot better. But
Okay. Yeah.
I wrote down all the numbers and how it arrived at the overflow results, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Anyway, paste bin.
Are you planning on doing this again next week, or are you gonna do the Unity thing?
No, I mean, I'll try to keep it consistent if I can. I'm still doing the Unity throughout the week, actually. And what I mean by that is I'm not going to be doing like other regular uploaded videos. I'll just be doing the Hangouts. I'm not going to spend much more time on the Commodore stuff, but the Google Hangouts and that can still continue, of course.
Okay.
At least finish this game, like, make it work. So anyways, I need to paste this code. Do you want all the code or just a section? Because we didn't alter anything. Well, we did put in the JSRs and all that.
Yeah, might as well do the whole thing.
The whole thing?
Yeah. Well,
Dude, I told you you have to tell me when you're falling asleep. I'm just not aware of it consciously. I'm still wide awake.
I wasn't aware.
Trying a method here of where I just, once you get the sprite y divided by 8, all I do then is I'm trying where I just run a loop that goes up to, like for a equals 0 to sprite y. And then I just add 40 every loop, right? Because 40 is every row. I'm trying it, but I don't know if it's going to go fast because if you're like in line 20, you have to count 20 plus 1 plus 1.
If you can figure out what I did wrong, let me know because my numbers aren't calculating right. Something is wrong. It won't let me paste. Or did I give it? Is this it right here? Find out. If that's it. Mine came up blank.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to click on the I'm not a robot. That's what it was. So just double check to make sure it's there. It's all there.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a demon bit of a code. There's a lot in it to really come up with the calculations. But I lost my high bits here somewhere. I don't think it's going to work. This break here going to be the same. +6. Maybe not what we're looking for. Hey, it picked up 1624. So it might be working, guys. It's not, it's calculating where the X and the Y is. So if you, what was your original X and Y plus 1024?
Whatever ball start X and Y is.
Did you have a table for them?
Not a table, there's a constant.
Then we can test it to see if it did work.
Yeah, so the ball starts at an X of 180 and a Y of 144.
It starts at 180.
X is 180, Y is 144.
180 and 140.
144.
144.
It's 180 plus 144 times 40.
What's just the X? The 180?
Yes.
That'd be 1204. And then we have to add that to the Y times the 40. So the Y is the 144.
Yes.
I do wrong. Yeah, a really strange number. Probably because we've already calculated the 40, we don't even need the 40. Still got a weird number. I got 1348, but earlier I had 1624 somehow. You sure it's in that order?
Sure what?
You sure those are the X is the 180? Did you have a constant for that?
Yeah. Line 65. Or
Yeah, it changed.
scroll down a little bit. Line 76.
Okay. I want to see something here. Yeah, so that's where you stored it in sprite 0 and X right there. Of course, those aren't the values I used earlier. I didn't use these. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute here. Down here. I use sprite 0x. I don't know if that would make a difference. Let's pop them out with these. So that one is, and this one is the Y. Probably not going to matter, but same thing results. What did we get earlier? We got, shit, they were 88 and 6. And then 251, of course. 6. That's it. We got the same ones. In 24 plus 25. 49. You said they were 180. I should have been over here. 180 and 144. So if we did this in essence, we calculated against what would be here. Plus the 251. $1,873 is nowhere close to 1649. Here's what we can do for fun. If you can stay awake this long, we'll make it position what it found on the screen. Hopefully we can get this to work and see where it appears at, and how close it is to the sprite ball. Next question is, how the heck are we going to do that? We already got 253 and 254. We can do it from those. We just have to store it down here somewhere. I just realized I'm going to run out of memory locations again. We have to store them in 0 page. We can't use the 6. Oh yeah, actually I think we can. We can't use anything over 255 to store the screen memory for this to work. I'm going to sacrifice myself and steal some unknown variables here. Unknown registers. I saw that game was using 144. Hopefully that doesn't mess up anything. It says kernel IO status for ST might not be a good one to use. And they don't give you many to use. There's some tape buffers here. There's some RAM in 172 and 173. Maybe I can get away with those. Maybe. Check if I'm doing this right or not. See if we get anything. Maybe right in here somewhere still. Breaks. Fraction. it's there. These are making it crash. It doesn't like those variables. I mean, those registers. Pointer current file name. Vector keyboard. Let's keep playing with them. It doesn't matter. Alright, he's gonna break. 17 to 18. Uh-oh, now what? Oh. How was I doing that? Okay, we'll do this. Okay, I think we're still good here. What is in these locations now? Tell me they didn't get overwritten. They did. Great. They're being used by something. There's a 4748. I think I'll just have to steal the 251 and 252 here, but I don't know. We're going to have to change this out somewhere. We probably don't even need this because we already saved this anyway. I'm just going to steal the 251 and 252. Sure, not being used anywhere. We initialize them right there, so we probably don't need this anymore, I don't think. Store it right there. It's a bad practice to try to use any other registers. Somebody's probably going to be screaming at these videos when they see them. Why he isn't one that we do? But there should be good here. I have no idea why there's two left zeros. Let's see what happens anyway. Waited all this time. I'm putting you to sleep. And it still crashes. Figure out what I'm doing wrong unless I have these reversed or something. For some reason. Yay! Finally got it running with the code in there. but we can't see anything moving yet. It should be plotting something somewhere though. At least it's not crashing anymore. We're wiping these two out for some reason. Taking zeros in there. This. Yeah. You have to use the oh my gosh. I'm too tired to think of what it is right now. I had to use this kind of algorithm to get them to work. Do a simple screen test here, or screen test, whatever. Or I can just be 0. And 253 comma y. If I need that y or not. One comma y, increment y, carrot to you have to increment the next. Yeah, of course it's not going to work. Oh, I got the break in there still. It'll probably crash. Probably what's going on is your code is overriding the values. Remember you were using 253, 251 earlier? So your code is overriding the values, but that's about all I'm going to do for that. Hey, I can't think of what else to do. I'm too tired myself.
Yep.
But, yep, we'll have to resume next time, and then I'll contact you tomorrow if I figure out anything else. Or if you kind of figure out something, let me know.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Good catching up.
Talk to you guys later.
Yep, have a good one. Bye. And thanks for watching, guys. Long video. I'll be trying to do these once a week. I just don't know how that's going to pan out in the end, but we'll do what we continue to do here. I think Bo is there or not, but if you are Bo, this is it. So thanks for joining us, everyone. Hope you guys had a good time.